today.
Yeah.
So that'll be nice. We'll ring the studio, make sure.
Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to Hove for the final day of this county championship match between Sussex and Somerset. I'm Adrian Harms. A quick check around the ground to make sure that the commentary is going out. I can see a couple of hands waving at the top of the Spenc Harbour Pavilion, so thank you very much for giving us a wave, knowing that we are going out on air. It's a slightly overcast morning for this final day. Delighted to be joined by Anthony Gibson. Morning, Anthony.
Good morning, Adrian.
And we're sitting here from a Sussex point of view thinking, oh, well, this could be their first win in the first division of the county championship for 10 years. But I suspect Somerset may have other ideas, particularly having watched Worcestershire last week thwart Somerset down at Taunton. So it can be done, you know.
It can be done, but I think the pitch here is a little bit different from the one down at Taunton, which was completely dead. There is a little bit of life in this pitch, and yesterday afternoon it was showing signs of wear. Just the odd ball biting and turning for Jack Carson with his off breaks, one that went past, that turned and bounced so much past the outside edge of James Rue that as one man the Sussex fielders went up for the catch, thinking that there must have been an edge because it moved so much, and umpire White gave it not out, and I was up on top, and he definitely didn't get an edge, but that was worrying from a Somerset perspective, because there's a little bit in it for the seamers, and if there's something in it for Jack Carson as well, then it's not going to be easy for Somerset to bat out the day, which is what they must set out to do.
Well, we've got half an eye on the Sussex lads as they come wandering out the pavilion, because Sean Hunt left the field yesterday towards the end of the day's play with what we understand was some sort of an arm problem. If it's a muscle problem, I don't know. We'll find out later. And there was some talk around the ground this morning that he may not be taking the field, which would be a blow for Sussex, considering he's taken 9 wickets in the match. So we're just looking out here just to see whether we can see Sean. I wasn't here yesterday, Anthony. I mean, did he look in discomfort when he went off, or? Difficult to tell.
It was hard to tell. I mean, he dropped a caught and bowled.
Yes.
And reaching for it with his right hand. I don't know whether they pulled a muscle doing that. Just having a look around to see if he is there.
I don't think he is. I would imagine 12th man duties is probably Ollie Carter, who I think is fielding over by the Spenkarma Pavilion. So the lads might be able to tell me in the media team, but I don't think Sean Hunt is out on the ground, which would be a blow for Sussex, because the fast bowling resources, let's hope it's nothing too serious, are being a little depleted for Sussex, with Henry Crocombe out of the side at the moment, and Ollie Robinson, we're hoping his foot injury isn't too bad and he'll be able to play next week. But it's all about the here and now, and let's see what Sussex can do this morning. Jack Carson is going to get things underway. 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 16 yesterday. 125 for 4. He's going to be bowling to the left-hand James Rue, who I thoroughly enjoyed watching on Saturday. He looked in great nick.
He didn't look quite so good yesterday evening.
Right.
I wouldn't say he was in a lot of trouble, but he wasn't quite as assured as he was in his first innings.
In comes Carson then. Around the wicket, comes into bowl to Rue, who defends into the offside first ball, and there is no run.
Tom Abell batted beautifully yesterday evening for his 60.
And he's still there as Carson waits for the slip and a short leg. Comes in and bowls, and Rue drives into the covers. There is no run. I'm sure, though, Anthony, it will be on the Somerset side's mind that Worcestershire did do it, and if nothing else, I mean, they're going to battle away here, because it is a different pitch, but it can be done. It looks like Sean Hunt isn't going to be out there, so who knows? Carson in, bowls, and Rue plays to him. A bit of a move on here as Jaden Sills comes rushing in. That was a pretty sharp single, but in the end, Tom Abell comfortably through to the striker's end, and Rue goes to 20, the total to 126 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, Sussex will miss Sean Hunt, not least because he has taken the last 9 Somerset wickets to fall. The last 5 in the first innings and the first 4 in the second.
Yes.
And he was en route to setting all sorts of records for left-arm seamers for Sussex. Some Steve Pittard.
Oh, that would have been good stats.
Yeah, but sadly, it doesn't look as if he's going to add to his wicket tally, sadly, from a Sussex and Sean Hunt point of view.
In comes Carson, bowls, and forward comes Tom Abell, plays down the onside of the track. Carson fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. Well, I spoke to Sean on Saturday night, and he'd picked up those 5 wickets, as well as making a very useful contribution with the bat as well on Friday. In comes Carson, bowls, and clipped by Abell to mid-wicket, fielded by... Who's that in there? He's not going to turn around, is he? He is. It's Danny Lamb, and there is no run. No, it's not Danny Lamb.
No, it's not Danny Lamb.
It's not Danny Lamb. In comes Carlson again, bowls. Abell plays onto the onside. They think about a single, but it really isn't there. Danny Lamb does field on this occasion, and there is no run. So it is the end of the over. I'm not sure if that's Harrison Ward, not too sure. 126 for 4. Is someone saying we're not going out? Right, okay, leave it with me, Angie. You commentate, and I'll see what's going on.
Yeah, we're dialed in. Adrian's just got the message as well, so we'll try to speak that.
Right, we'll just see if we can get that sorted out.
We're just having some technical problems with our line to the BBC. Apologies for that, for those of you listening on the live stream. We're going to have the second over of the morning to be bowled by Jayden Seales from the Cromwell Road end. 126 for 4, 60 to Abell, 20 to James Rew. We will have, I think, 3 slips or 2 slips and a gully, with Seales coming down the hill to the left-handed Rew. He's in and bowls, and this is up in the air and caught off the glove. That one bit and lifted and took James Rew, and a straightforward catch to short cover. And James Rew walks up the far end of the pitch, almost in disbelief that that has happened, but happen it did. And yeah, that's the 5th Somerset wicket to go down, and with James Rew, I think, departs any realistic hope that Somerset can bat through the day. 126 for 5. James Rew gone for 20. A vicious lifter from Jayden Seales that Rew could really do nothing with. So just the start that Sussex wanted. It means that looks like Casey Aldridge, tall figure of Casey, coming out from the dressing rooms away on the far side of the ground. Didn't do much in the Tom Haynes with one of the easiest catches that he will take this season, I suspect. And that will have spoilt James Rew's average. Prior to that dismissal, he was averaging 232. So he made 20, 252 divided by 3, still averaging over 80. So it's not too bad. But Somerset would have been hoping that James Rew would hang around with Tom Abell. So they now need one or more of the all-rounders to play a big part, as Seales comes down the hill to Aldridge, in and bowls. That one goes lifting through to John Simpson. We've got 3 slips, probably 4 slips, as Sussex go in for the kill. 3 slips and a gully. Seales is in and bowls, and that's played out into the onside. There's a not such a good crowd here today as there has been for the first 3 days. A lot of people here yesterday because it was free admission. But a good smattering of spectators in the southwest stand away to our left, in the Spen Karma Pavilion, and a few at the top end of the ground sitting in the deck chairs up there. Lovely view from up there down the ground. Seales in and bowls outside the off stump, and again that was taken almost head height by John Simpson. He's working up a fair head of steam, is Jayden Seales. There's no Sean Hunt for Sussex. I think it's unlikely that he will play any part in today's proceedings. So I gather that we've been reconnected to the BBC Sports website with the news that Somerset have already lost a wicket here today, that of James Rew, who got a vicious lifter from Jayden Seales and gloved it to Tom Haynes at short cover, and that outside Casey Aldridge's off stump. And Jayden Seales is bowling with plenty of pace and bounce, but not since that first delivery to James Rew with quite as much accuracy as he would have wanted. So Casey Aldridge has been able to let 4 deliveries go outside the off stump.
Sorry about that, listeners. We thought we were dialed up, but back in the studio they rebooted everything, and it now seems to work. So that's good news.
Here's Seals. 3 slips and a gully go down. He's in, bowls to Aldridge, and again too far outside the off stump. So not exactly a baptism of fire for Casey Aldridge. He had 5 deliveries in that over from Jayden Seals and didn't have to play a shot at any of them. 126 for 5, 60 to Abell, and Aldridge yet to score. The man out, just to repeat, James Rue, who was caught by Tom Haynes off the bowling of Jayden Seals for 20.
Brute of a delivery, wasn't it, really?
It was, yeah. Wasn't much he could do, really.
Very little he could do. And the simplest of catches to Tom Haynes. So a start that Sussex will be delighted about, picking up James Rue. Batted so nicely in the first innings for his 80 not out. Well, in comes Jack Carson over the wicket to bowl to Tom Abell. He's in and bowls, and Abell drives down the ground. Takes a single. Casey Aldridge was rather daydreaming, and Tom Abell had called him through, and all of a sudden Aldridge thought, crumbs, I better run, which he did, and he's a tall man and his long legs got him down to the striker's end pretty quickly, and there was never any real danger of a run out. And he now takes guard from umpire, is it umpire White at this end?
It is,
yes,
umpire
it is.
White.
So plenty of men around the bat, as you would expect for Sussex. There's a slip, a short leg, a silly mid-off. Jack Carson in his 9th over of the innings comes in, bowls, just forward and plays defensively onto the onside, and there is no run. If you'd like to send us an email, please do so. SussexCricket@bbc.co.uk. Be good to have your company throughout the day. Or on Twitter @AntGib. As Carson, short sleeve shirt, no jumper on, comes on and bowls, and Aldridge is forward, plays into the offside, no run. The weather.
A good technique, a good test of Casey Aldridge's technique. This.
Do you think he'll be looking to get down the track?
No, I don't think so. I think he won't want to be seen to be giving it away.
Right.
He'll want to sell his wicket dearly.
Carson again, bowls. Aldridge is forward, flicks this into the onside. Tom Abell was backing up a long way, and we just inquired whether Aldridge wanted a single, which he didn't. And there is no run. There's a lot of cloud around this morning. The weather forecast is good. It's pretty much the last good day, I think, before we get a change in the weather. But certainly the forecast for the southeast was dry. Carson in again, bowls, or just drives without timing down the onside of the track. Again, they think about a single, but it isn't there. There were a few spits or spots of rain in London yesterday. Was there any spits and spots down here? Or did you...
No, some sort of misty cloud rolled in from off the sea in the afternoon, and the lights came on towards the end of play, but there was never any real threat of play being lost to bad light.
Carson again, bowls. Aldridge lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken neatly by John Simpson. End of the over. Jack Carson, 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 18. Somerset 127 for 5. Tom Abell on 61. Casey Aldridge yet to score, and if you've only just joined us, wicket went down in the 2nd over of the day when Rue got a really horrible delivery from Jason Seals that lifted off not far off a length, and he gloved it to Tom Haynes. Backward point, who took probably the simplest catch that he will take this season. And apologies if you joined us earlier and you couldn't hear. We had a couple of technical issues which have gladly been sorted out, but hopefully plain sailing for the rest of the day, he said, fingers crossed.
Yes, and Sean Hunt missing for Sussex, which is very bad luck on Sean Hunt and indeed on Sussex, because he was on the verge of 10 wickets in the match. Seals is in and bowls to Abell outside the off stump. And the last left-arm seamer to take 2 5-wicket hauls in a match at Hove was Jason Lurie.
Oh, wow, okay.
6 for 37 and 7 for 42 against Hampshire in 2001.
Right. Great stat.
That's Steve Pittard's stat. And the last left-arm seamer to take 2 5-wicket hauls in a match against Somerset was Kevin Dean, a name I'm not familiar with. No. 6 for 70 and 6 for 63. For Derbyshire at Taunton in 1998, but I'm afraid Doesn't look as if Sean Hunt is going to have the opportunity to... that one goes... I think actually that's... Abell just drew his bat inside the line of that at the last moment. But, as I was saying, it doesn't look as if Sean Hunt's going to have the chance to join that distinguished company. Which is a shame, because he has bowled exceptionally well.
Yes.
He was very much the pick of the bowlers yesterday evening. And he broke the back, really, of the Somerset batting. The ball that he bowled Tom Banton with was probably the ball of the match. Nipping back and ripping out his off stump. Oh, and I think Abell did play at that one from Jaden Seals. Unfortunately for him, didn't get an edge. It's Somerset's hopes now resting very much on the shoulders of Tom Abell.
Yes, I spoke to Sean on Saturday night, and he was talking about a couple of little adjustments. He'd spent his winter over in Adelaide and had hooked up for a while with James Kirtley. James was out there doing some work with the Sydney Thunder in the Big Bash. So just a few things he'd been working on, keeping his head stiller at the point of delivery. And
Seals to Abell, and he's dropped.
He's gone down.
Dropped a very difficult chance at second slip to Tom Clark, I think it was.
Yes, it was.
Who went low down to his left to try and take the chance. He's gone for 4 down to third man. Got a hand to it, but couldn't cling on. Would have been a spectacular catch if he'd taken it. Yeah, he's just diving across in front of Tom Alsop at first slip. It wouldn't have carried to Alsop, so it was a perfectly legitimate attempt by Tom Clark. But couldn't quite get his hand underneath it.
Yeah.
Here comes Seals again. Outside the off stump. And he's bowling with a lot of fire at the moment, is Jaden Seals.
He is. He's really roaring down the hill. No, you're right. I don't think it would have carried to Tom Alsop. He's a very fine slip fielder. Tom Clark, he got a hand to it. It would have been a brilliant catch. I mean, sadly, these things do go down as a chance, which it was, but it would have been an outstanding catch if he'd clung on.
So Abell dropped on 61. He's 65 now, thanks to that very streaky 4 down to third man. And this time he gets in behind. A good ball from Jaden Seals and plays it defensively. Out into the offside. Lots of animation amongst the Sussex fielding side, as you would expect. The crowd very much into this as well. If assuming that Sussex knock over these last 5 wickets, when was the last time that they won here at Hove in the First Division?
Yes,
Adrian?
So the last time they won in the First Division was against Worcestershire back in September 2015, and that was a win that Sussex hoped would be enough to keep them up, but they didn't. They then lost at Headingley in the final match. So I'm just going to double check the last time they actually... I've got a funny feeling it was against Middlesex, but I will double check that season. Jack Carson in and bowls, let go outside the off stump by Aldridge through to keeper Simpson, and there is no run. They beat Warwickshire here by... it was Warwickshire they beat by 1 wicket. That was in May 2015.
Sounds like a good game.
Yeah. In comes Carson bowls and steered by Aldridge through the offside for 4 runs. Nice looking shot out to the cover boundary. Nicely timed. I have a feeling it was Chris Jordan who had a 6 to win the game, and I'm right, yeah. Chris Jordan finished not out 56. And Sussex squeaked home 190 for 9. And I'm pretty certain that's the last time they won here at Hove in the champion. They went on a dreadful run and ended up getting relegated. Carson in and bowls, and Casey Aldridge defends. There is no run. So the Sussex side was Nash, Wells, Joyce, Finch, Wright, Kachopa, Brown, Jordan, Robinson, McGoffin, and sadly no longer with us, Matthew Hobden on that occasion. Carson bowls, and Aldridge is forward again. There is no run. The Warwickshire side out of interest was Chopra, Westwood, Javid, Trott, Evans, Ambrose, Clark, Barker, Patel, Wright, and Rankin. One or two of those still playing county cricket. Carson again bowls, defends by Aldridge right back on his stumps, and Tom Alsop comes in and just stretches onto the pitch from short leg and fields. And again, there is no run.
No sign of any real turn yet
No.
for Jack Carson this morning.
Change in the field for Casey Aldridge. I think they're keen to give him the single and see if Jaden Seales can have a dart at Aldridge. He's bowling very quickly down the hill this morning. In comes Carson, bowls, and Aldridge is just very happy just to defend and play it on the onside. There is no run. End of the over, 135 for 5. James Rue, the man out today. Brute of a delivery from Jaden Seales, caught by Tom Haynes. At backward point, come gully. So Sussex needing 5 more wickets to win the game, and I'm pretty certain that was the last home game that they won here. I will double check while you're commentating that, Anthony.
Jaden Seales to bowl another over. He's going to be bowling to Tom Abell. The sun is trying to break through these sort of misty clouds over the county ground here at Hove. He's got 3 slips and a gully as the close catchers. He's into Abell, who's pushing this into the offside. Calls a single, shy at the stumps from Jaden Seales, but Abell is pretty quick between the wickets and is safely home. Would have been safely home even if Seales had hit the stumps, which he didn't. But I was a little bit worried when Tom Abell is either taking quick singles or turning 1s into 2s or 2s into 3s, because he's suffered a number of hamstring injuries over the years, and Somerset could certainly do without any injury to Tom Abell. It's Casey Aldridge, though, standing tall as Seales is in. Bowls edged, and that will go for 4. It didn't carry this time to James Coles at 3rd slip, but Seales again finding the edge, and credit to Aldridge for playing that with soft hands. It's gone for 4, so the score moves on to 140 for 5. Aldridge on to 8. But that's the second time in consecutive overs that Seales has found the outside edge. First of Abell's bat and then of Aldridge's. Asking a lot of questions is the big West Indian from Tobago. He has played 16 tests for West Indies, taking 76 test wickets at 22.3, so a very good record in test cricket.
Yeah.
And you can see why from the way he's bowling here this morning. This time Aldridge plays this from the crease out into the offside to the substitute fielder, who is
Ollie Carter, I'm pretty certain. Yes, I'm pretty certain that was the last win here. Warwickshire, 24th to the 27th of May, so we're 2015. So we're talking pretty much 10 years ago. Long time to wait.
Well, this will be a big scalp for Sussex if they can seal the deal. This is turned down to long leg, where Danny Lamb, first time he's been in the game this morning, does the fielding.
Hasn't had a great game, Danny Lamb, has he? Pair and...
His bowling yesterday looked pretty innocuous, has to be said. Are you sure it's Ollie Carter?
Well, let me have a double check. I was slightly distracted.
Because Ollie Carter's
he's number 11.
Number 11.
Yeah.
This chap's got 33 on his back.
Well,
this is driven back by Abell.
Well, 33 is Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Oh, that's Finn. Yeah, sorry.
Backward. That's all right. But I thought for a minute that Harrison Ward might be on the phone. I seem to see that is at mid-wicket.
Yeah.
Because that doesn't look like Ollie Carter. So we'll see when he turns round.
He's 35.
35, yeah, and I'm pretty certain that's Harrison Ward, who doesn't really play. Just double check with the lads next door.
Seales then. into Abell. It's in behind a solid defensive shot out into the offside. End of that over. Jaden Seals figures 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 59, the one being the wicket of James Rowe, who got a vicious lifter from Seals this morning and gloved it to Tom Haynes in the covers. 141 for 5 at the end of that over.
It is indeed Harrison Ward, is number 35. Doesn't really play, well, doesn't play championship cricket. Primarily white ball, T20, but he's on the field, so I don't quite know. There may be a second 11 game starting this week. Thank you. That's where Ollie is. Super. Thank you very much, Jamie. So that's why there's no Ollie Carter. So thank you for that. In comes Jack Carson to start another over from this, the C end of the ground. Bowls to Aldridge, who's defending down the onside of the track, and there is no run. Jack Carson in his 11th over, 11 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 22. Somerset 141 for 5. The runs are irrelevant. It's really all about how whether Somerset can back through the day or whether Sussex can pick up these remaining 5 wickets. Carson in and bowls and driven by Aldridge very pleasantly through the offside for 4 runs.
Fine flowing shot, wasn't it?
Was a flowing shot. Yeah, nicely played by Aldridge. Tom Abell rests on his bat on the non-striker's end. If Somerset are going to save this game, you think he's going to be a huge part of it.
He'll need to score 200, I think, if Somerset are going to save the game.
Carson again, he's got these 3 men around the back, a slip, a short leg and a silly mid-off. As Carson is in and bowls, and Aldridge knows where his off stump is, lets that one just drift by outside the off stump, and there is no run. Rest of the field, there are 4 men on the leg, so interesting fielding positions. There's a backward square leg, mid-wicket and a mid-on as Carson is in again and bowls, and Aldridge is solidly behind that, plays it down the offside of the track, and again there is no run. The offside field, there's a backward point and a mid-off, so there's a huge gap between backward point and Jaden Seals, who's at mid-off. No need for Sussex to have any sort of protection on that offside boundary, not with all the runs they've got to play with. Carson in again, bowls, and Aldridge very happy to defend. All just drops down in front of him.
They've got plenty of time, haven't they, to play Carson off the pitch?
Yes.
No sign of any real turn or bounce so far.
Carson again. In and bowls, and Aldridge is stoutly forward, plays down the onside, so he picked up a boundary in the over. The other 5 deliveries were dot balls. End of the over, 145 for 5, Abell 66. Aldridge has moved very smartly onto 13 of 25 balls. And it's going to be, I would imagine, Jaden Seals to carry. He might have a lot of work to do today, Jaden Seals, particularly if we don't see anything of Sean Hunt. 41 overs gone in the innings, so we'll see how the gate progresses. That Sussex will have a new ball available at some time during the day. They have picked up that 1 wicket. If you just joined us, James Rowe caught, just adding 1 to his overnight score of 20.
Jaden Seals, he just needs to get the batsman playing at balls on off stump, because there is a little bit of bounce and movement for him. That's too wide outside the off stump, and Abell can doubtless gratefully let it go through to John Simpson. But Sussex are going to miss Sean Hunt. Danny Lamb's looked pretty innocuous. Finn Hudson-Prentice, who was Sussex's destroyer in the Somerset first innings, didn't look as if he was going to take wickets yesterday afternoon with his medium pace. Seals in and bowls outside the off stump again. Wasted effort. Just needs to straighten his line, get Abell playing. And Who else have Sussex got who can bowl?
Well, both Clark and Haynes can bowl. Sort of right arm medium pace. Hudson Prentice, Lamb, James Coles with his spin. We haven't seen much of Coles. Have we seen anything of Coles bowling in this match?
No, I don't think.
No. So there are plenty of options.
Seals in again and again. He's too wide of the off stump.
In fact, probably the only person who won't bowl in this lineup is probably Tom Alsop and Daniel Hughes.
Right.
So the others will have all taken first-class wickets. So he has got those options available to him. But when you've got somebody who's taken, I mean, clearly Sean Hunter's got more out of this pitch than pretty much anyone else.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
and he's used that left armer's angle well.
Yes, yeah. And I think we said the first couple of days, he's this sort of point of difference that he has being a left armer.
Seals it in and bowls, and this is edged, but all along the ground, wide of James Coles at third slip down to the boundary in front of us for 4 more runs for Tom Abell. But that's what happens if Seals gets the batsman playing at balls on or around off stump. There is movement for him at the moment, at good pace as well. But that one not carrying. 149 for 5, Abell on to 70 from 111 deliveries.
Has he got the temperament to bat a long time, Tom Abell?
Oh yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
Yeah.
Seals in and bowls, and this is turned into the onside. Should just be a single. It is indeed. Abell on to 71. That's the 150 on the board for Somerset. Oh, I can hear somebody applauding. I think one person has applauded the 150. Somerset needing the small matter of a further 445 runs.
Yes.
To win. Yeah, Tom Abell led the way when Somerset chased down 410 to beat Warwickshire at Taunton last season. He made 155 not out. Seals is in and bowls to Aldridge. That one takes off from just short of a length, but it takes off on the wrong line so that Aldridge doesn't have to play a shot at it. And, well, Jaden Seals just not... He's bowling fast, but he's not bowling quite as accurately as John Simpson would want.
No, and I guess the other thing is that John Simpson, if Sean Hunt isn't going to take the field today, and that perhaps looks a little unlikely, that he may just have to be a little sparing with the way that he uses Jaden Seals as well.
Yeah.
As the strike bowler. I say he's got plenty of options, but he'll want to make sure that Seals is fresh, or as fresh as he can be, for perhaps short, sharp bursts. Oh, just going to do an update, Anthony.
Fine.
In comes Jack Carson and bowls to Tom Abell, who's forward. Plays down the offside, there is no run. Yes, hi Alison. Somerset have lost a wicket here this morning. They're 150 for 5. James Rue, the man out in the second over of the day, caught by Tom Haynes off the bowling of Jaden Seals for 20. So Sussex needing another 5 more wickets to win their first county championship match of the season, and indeed it will be their first county championship win in the first division for 10 years if they can do it. But they've got lots of work to do. Tom Abell is batting beautifully. He's 71 not out for Somerset. Meanwhile, up at the Oval, Surrey playing Hampshire, and Hampshire are 57 for 3. They need another 320 to beat Surrey. What we do this season here at Hove, there's a little burger van that's next door, so they sell burgers and other bits and pieces. So we've got a little voucher that we get, Alison, so we'll present that at lunchtime, and then I'll have a choice of what I have. There will be take, undoubtedly. In fact, I was very honoured. I opened the Sussex Cricket Museum on Friday, which I was very pleased to do, and I got presented with a chocolate cake as well. Yeah. It was a beautiful cake, and I took it back and I put it in the press room and said to the lads next door, make sure you and the written press were in there. And guess what, Alison? I went in there at tea time and they'd eaten a lot. I didn't even get a slice. Yeah, In comes Carson Bowles and clipped onto the onside, and there is no run. It's true, isn't it, Anthony?
It's absolutely true.
We-
You missed a spectacular cake yesterday.
Oh yes, I heard about that.
With it was a strawberry sponge with fresh strawberries perched on little piles of cream on top of it. It was a work of art, and it tasted pretty good too.
You got some of that.
Yeah, I did.
In comes Carson Bowles, flicked onto the onside by Tom Abell. There's no run. Oh, right, thank you. Oh, right. Lunch in the long room today, Anthony.
All right.
Yeah, so we went up to have burger and chips today. Very nice. So we'll shoot over there at lunchtime and get our lunch. Jaden Sills is going to carry on. What's this, his fourth over of the day? How many overs have we had? No, it's his fifth over of the day.
Fifth over of the day. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
bowled 4, hasn't he?
Yep,
So he's getting a decent spell.
he is.
But he has looked the more likely of the two Sussex bowlers we've seen this morning to take a wicket. Is Seals coming down the hill to Aldridge, who gets one that doesn't bounce so much, comes down on it, plays it up to Daniel Hughes at mid-on.
Sam Keir, who was alongside you in the commentary box, he's here again today, sitting up in the deck chairs, I think, with the family, and he's just said the cake was made by Jack, who is one of the new members of the media team here. I think it was his partner who made it, so well done, Jack. What I want to know is, why does he bring one in today?
Yes, it was, as I say, a bit of a work of art. As Seals is in bowls and Aldridge up on his toes, just fending that off into the offside where Finn Hudson-Prentice picks up at backward point.
Do you think there might be changes around the Somerset top order, Anthony? You mentioned in the first innings that neither Vaughan or Dixon have really perhaps scored the weight of
Well, I
runs.
asked the head coach, Jason Kerr, about that last night.
that was brave.
And he didn't give me the impression that he was planning to make any changes just yet. I think he wants to give Vaughan and Dixon a sort of extended trial at the top, outside the off stump. He said that Archie Vaughan, in his brief innings yesterday afternoon, showed what great potential he has as an opener, and he said that Dicko, which is what the Somerset camp called Sean Dixon, is an opener by trade, and so I think they will persevere. The opinion amongst quite a lot of Somerset supporters is that Lewis Goldsworthy ought to be given a chance to open the innings. As this is played backward a square, and good piece of fielding by Finn Hudson-Prentice. They thought about stealing a single, as he didn't field it cleanly, but the last thing Somerset can afford at the moment is a run out.
Yes.
So wisely they decided against it. So I guess well, the options, if they do decide to make a change, I don't think that Archie Vaughan is in any danger. But Sean Dixon has been very disappointing opening the innings for Somerset. And Andy Mead would be a possibility, or as I say, Lewis Goldsworthy. Seals down the hill in and bowls. Dropped by Finn Hudson-Prentice at backward point. It was a loose shot from Casey Aldridge. He was looking to carve that short, wide ball away through the offside. Didn't get on top of it, and gave a not particularly difficult chance to Finn Hudson-Prentice, his right. Got two hands to it, and he is a right-hander, and
I think
couldn't hold on.
Yeah, I think he'll be very disappointed, Finn. He went quickly, but no one means to put a catch down, but at this level I think you expect to see those taken.
Yeah, absolutely. Seals again to Aldridge. This time we'll pick up a single into the onside and keep the strike. Another good over from Jaden Seals. Unlucky not to pick up the wicket of Casey Aldridge, 151 for 5 at the end of that over. 14 to Aldridge and 71 to Tom Abell.
Well, Sussex have still got plenty of overs in which to pick up these final 5 wickets. 86 showing on the scoreboard, but the old adage, well, your catches win your matches, and a couple have gone down. I mean, to be fair, the one to Tom Clark would have been a brilliant catch, but he did get a hand to it at second slip, and that was a more straightforward chance to Finn Hudson-Prentice. So no means to put them down, but it's just the sort of thing, isn't it? Well, a couple of catches we've survived. We'll give Somerset a bit of hope. Jack Carson, the sun is making an appearance across the ground, comes in and bowls down the leg side, taken by Simpson, no run. There's a lot of cloud around here at Hove. It looks fairly high level, a little threatening up towards the downs, but if the forecast is to be believed, we are going to get a dry day. Sussex will certainly be hoping so. Carson, and again bowls, Aldridge defends onto the onside. I can see the volunteers from the Sussex Museum are over there with their trestle table out. Books and photographs for sale over there. Sitting in the sunshine. If you've not been, go and have a wander around at lunchtime if you're got a bit of time to spare. Well worth a look. There was a fielding, it was a short leg and it was like a leg gully really, or it's not really a leg slip, and an orthodox slip as Carson comes in again to bowl to Aldridge, who's playing wristily, and that's a good bit of fielding by Harrison Ward, who's a substitute fielder for Sean Hunt. Sussex seconds with a game against Kent today. Presuming that's a 3 or 4 day game. I don't think that's I think it is a friendly. I don't think it's a Carson in bowls. Aldridge forward, plays down the ground, no run. A second 11 championship match.
I think Carson just needs to, as with that delivery, just get the ball a little bit further up to Aldridge, get him on the front foot, tempt him into having a drive. He's playing him very comfortably off the back foot when he's bowling on a good length.
Carson in bowls, and he does exactly that as the same. Well spotted, Anthony. He just steers that to mid-wicket and there is no run. Carson back to his mark. Slight adjustment to the field. James Coles has got a little deeper at square leg. He's about 2/3 of the way back to the boundary rope as Carson is in again. Bowls, and again Aldridge is happy just to defend out onto the leg side. Fielded there by Harrison Ward. Another over slips by. It's a maiden over. 13 overs. 13 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 26 for Jack Carson. 151 for 5. Abell 71. Aldridge on 14. And having lost a wicket in the second over of the day, Somerset have lost none in the next 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, we've had 11 overs so far in the day. So 9 overs without a wicket. 85 more overs Somerset have to survive, a minimum thereof.
Yes, down at Taunton last week, they bowled a lot of overs.
112 on the last day. He seals into Abell, who runs this off an open face. That was a deliberate shot. It goes down into the slips. They're not going to come back for the second run. Wisely, as James Coles is quickly down to do the fielding. He played that quite deliberately, did Tom Abell, looking to get it wide of the slip cordon. Didn't quite manage it, but not fielded cleanly. At between third and fourth slip, it went down off the bat. 152 for 5. Abell on to 72. Means that Aldridge will face another over from Jayden Seales. It's his 6th of the morning, I think. Yeah. This will be the 12th over of the day, and he will have bowled half of them. He's in and bowls to Aldridge, who thinks of playing at that, and wisely takes his bat out of harm's way through to John Simpson. A few more people drifting in. It's another very pleasant day as I drove in along the coast road from New Haven this morning.
Traffic's a bit lighter as well, Anthony, at the minute. Normally that could take you forever, but I think schools are off and quite a few people away on holiday. So
It's been absolutely fine driving in and driving back. Friday night was quite lively along the front, driving back with lots of police cars, but nothing too serious going on.
Ooh.
This goes past. Well, Aldridge, he certainly withdrew his bat. Whether he withdrew it before the ball had passed or after it is a moot point. But yes, it's a nice drive. You've got obviously got the sea and the white cliffs, which look very splendid, and there's a windmill up there as well. I'm not sure it's ever been a working windmill, but looks handsome. As Seals is in, bowls and gone. That's the end of Aldridge. Well, it was a loose drive. Got the outside edge, straightforward catch to John Simpson, and Casey Aldridge ought to be kicking himself all the way back to the dressing room, drawn into playing a drive at a wide ball from Jaden Seals and paying the price. He's gone. Caught Simpson, bowled Seals for 14. It's 152 for 6.
Well, the most relieved man in the ground will be Finn Hudson-Prentice, who put down Casey Aldridge in the previous over at backward point. But he's bowled with good pace here this morning as Jaden Seals. And you made the point, Anthony, that he needs to draw Aldridge into playing a shot. That's exactly what he did. And John Simpson doing the rest.
Oh dear. He's not had a great game, Casey Aldridge.
He wanders up the steps past his colleagues who are sitting out watching. Well, yeah, Lewis Gregory, the next man coming in, who batted very well in the first innings. Indeed, he made 36, and together with James Rue, really rescued the Somerset innings.
He did partnership of 110 that they put together.
Yeah, 79 for 7 they were.
And they were looking good to add a good few more when Gregory, as is so often the case, just went for one of his shots and didn't get it quite right. And was caught by Jaden Seals. But well, Somerset need a captain's innings. We've got 2 captains out there. Present captain and immediate past captain. So 2 captains' innings would do very nicely.
Well, he's not the sort of fellow, Lewis Gregory, who's going to give it up, is it? He'll be trying his darndest. But Sussex will be pleased to have picked up a couple of wickets in the opening hour, both courtesy of Jaden Seals.
Seals then to Gregory, Somerset's last 2 recognised batsmen together outside the off stump. Gregory resists the temptation to play at it. We've got Pretorius, Davey and Leach still to come. Pretorius relies on his eye and isn't really the man to play a long defensive innings of the sort that Somerset need. Josh Davey could, and Jack Leach we know can, because he's done it in the past. Seals to Gregory, who cuts this away, and just to the right in the air of Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to go for 4, but it was another loose shot, very similar to the shot that Casey Aldridge was dropped off by Finn Hudson-Prentice. It brings Gregory 4 runs, but he's lucky still to be there. 156 for 6, Gregory on 4, Tom Abell 71, and the 2 captains past and present have a chat in mid-pitch.
Chris Hammond has been touched. He says, "Morning, Adrian, from the frozen north of the pavilion. There may be a bit chilly up there, a bit of a breeze." He says, "I was here for the first ball of the season last year, and this season too. So far, so good for Sussex. They look at home in the First Division." He says, perhaps controversially, this isn't the strongest Sussex team I've seen, particularly resting Craig Overton. Both teams have bowling deficiencies, which probably cancelled each other out. But a good performance from Sussex. I've been updating members of my family down in Somerset, in Chaffcombe and Wincham, near Chard.
Yeah, near Chard, yeah.
In comes Carson, bowls. Forward comes Abell, plays down the track, no run. But after the first wicket this morning, they've gone very quiet. Thank you both for the commentary, both in the ground and on YouTube. And I'm up there. Kind regard, Chris Hammond. That sounds like a lovely place. Shaftcombe and Wincham.
It's down in South Somerset, almost on the Dorset border.
Right. In comes Carson. Sun is out again. Bowls. Abell is forward. Plays defensively to mid-wicket. There is no run.
My friend James Crowden is a very well-known author. He writes about cider, amongst other things.
Oh.
He lives in Wincham. He's a cider aficionado.
Is he? In comes Carson. Gives that plenty of air, and Abell drives beautifully through the covers for 4 runs. But Sussex won't worry about that. Good to see Jack Carson really giving the ball some flight. A cider expert.
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. Different sorts of apples, or
all sorts of things. He's written the sort of definitive account of the history of cider, which was first made in sort of Central Asia, several thousand years ago.
In comes Carson, bowls to Abell, who turns that through mid-wicket and picks up a single. Does Tom Abell? He goes to 77. 161 for 6.
And there's a big cider revival going on at the moment. Lots of new craft cider makers starting up, and not just in Somerset, but in
there's been a few
all over the country, including in Sussex.
Yes,
yeah.
Indeed. Yeah. Right, Lewis Gregory's just surveying the field. He'll see he's got a slip, a short leg, and a leg slip as company. Carson is in over the wicket, bowls, and Gregory defends onto the onside. There is no run. I don't know how true it is. A friend of mine told me that cider is a good thing to drink if you don't want to get a hangover. Is that right? Or is that
I'm not sure
nonsense?
about that. I tell you what, it's a good thing to drink if you're involved in hard physical work,
Right.
like haymaking, for
Okay.
example, on a farm.
Carson in bowls. Gregory defends into the offside. No run. End of the over. 161 for 6, 77 for Abell, 4 for Gregory. Why is that, Anthony?
Because it doesn't make you sleepy. If you drink beer, it tends to make you sleepy. Whereas if you're in the top of a hay barn, 100-degree heat, late into the evening, humping bales, you need to keep well hydrated, but you don't want to get sleepy. And cider's just the stuff.
There we go.
Yep, it's we got Bath and West show coming up at the end of May. And I'll be there officiating in the Orchards and Cider Marquee.
Oh, right. So would you consider you're a bit of an expert as well, Anthony? Or
No,
you,
not
you
really.
enjoy it?
I make a bit, but...
Do you?
Yeah. Cider and a bit of perry as well. Here's Seals down the hill to Abell, who turns this away nicely through the onside. It'll be cut off inside the deep mid-wicket boundary by... Who's that, Adrian, out there? Is that
I think that's Harrison Ward
Harrison
again.
Ward,
Yeah. I'm sorry, I was distracted. We've had a few emails in, actually, which I've been a bit tardy on reading, so I'll read them out at the end of the over.
162 for 6. Abell on to 78. Seals is having a long spell. This is his 7th over of the morning. He's picked up the 2 wickets. He's in bowls to Abell. To Gregory, I beg your pardon, who covers up and plays into the onside.
Simon says, morning Adrian, any rain forecast please? No, I don't think there is. If the forecast is to be believed, we can have a dry... I think from tomorrow it's all sort of downhill, isn't it? Which is a bit depressing with Easter around the corner. But apparently it's dry today. And Happy New Year from Cambodia, says Dean. So I don't know if it's the Cambodian New Year.
Oh, well.
You have to let us know, Dean.
There's Seals in and bowls to Gregory. Turns it into the onside to Harrison Ward. That sort of forward square leg. Not far from the square leg umpire, who's Rob White. Sun's coming out at Hove. The clouds are thinning overhead. Well, it is, as I said, another very pleasant day for watching cricket. It's quite warm. There's Seals in and bowls, and nothing sort of shot from Lewis Gregory. Lucky to get away with that. Just sort of waved the bat in the general direction of the ball. Discombobulated by, I think, some late movement from Jaden Seals and uncertain as to how to deal with it. Just watching the replay, well, it came back actually between bat and pad, and he looks accusingly down at the pitch, does Lewis Gregory, but good piece of bowling by Seals, who is in and bowls, and this is played into a gap on the offside, and Gregory will take the single. 163 for 6. Gregory on to 5. It means that Tom Abell will have one ball of this Jaden Seals over to face.
Andrew Rayburn's been in touch. Hello, Andrew. He was saying, could we name the last Sussex bowler to take a wicket that won Sussex a game in the first division of the Championship? That was against Worcestershire back in 2015 down at New Road. That fixture took place.
Seals to Abell. Oh, he's
nicked
gone.
It.
No, he's not. It's short. It's
Yes.
short. I beg your pardon for giving Somerset supporters a heart attack. It was taken by Tom Alsop at first slip, but he took it on the half volley. Didn't claim the catch. It probably bounced 6 inches in front of him.
Yes.
No more than that. Looked for a moment, and Alsop is facing away from us, so we can't see his hands. It looked for a moment as if it had carried, but it didn't.
No. Well done, Tom.
63 for 6.
Yeah, it made no fuss at all, did he? I mean, John Simpson was just looking rueful there, as if he thought, well, should he have gone for it? But anyway, it's not out. Yes, that was the last time Sussex won in the Championship at Worcestershire, September 2015. And the final wicket was taken by Luke Wells, now plying his trade up at Old Trafford. So thank you, Andrew, for getting in touch. Jack Carson's going to carry on in the sunshine. From the sea end of the ground, comes into bowl to Lewis Gregory's 5 not out, and Gregory's stoutly 4 plays down the offside of the track. Is no run. Hello, Adrian and Anthony, says Simon. My wife Maxine and I are listening in the car on our way from Lewis to Pembrokeshire.
Right, that's a long drive.
That is a long drive. I was hoping the game would last the journey, but now I'd settle for lunch, he says. A lovely 3 days spent at the ground this weekend. Looking forward to getting back to watch the Surrey game at the end of the week as Carson is in, plays into the offside, no run. We used to go on family holidays to Pembrokeshire, and we used to stay in a little village called St Nicholas, which wasn't a million miles from Fishguard.
All right. Yeah.
Back in the day. There was a great beach at Newport, and we used to have endless games of cricket on the beach. On comes Carson bowls, played into the offside by Gregory, no run.
I've been to St David's many times because for many years I was a director of farms for City Children, and one of our farms is at Tregennis ISAF, which is just beyond St David's. Right on the right by the sea. Lovely part of the world.
Is there a cathedral there?
There is.
Yeah. Carson in bowls, Gregory defends into the offside, no run.
It's very unusual for a cathedral because it's in a valley rather than on top of a hill. And the nave slopes down as you come in. You sort of have to go, sorry, the other way around. If you come in, then you go up the slope towards the altar. But it's a beautiful. It's one of Britain's smallest cities. I think it's
I was going to say
it's
that.
no more really than a glorified village.
Carson is in bowls, a loud appeal from Jack Carson, taken by John Simpson down the leg side, no run. At an old cathedral, Anthony?
Oh yes, yeah. I mean, St David was son of St Non, whose well is at St David's. That was his mum.
In comes Carson bowls, and forward comes Gregory, plays down the onside of the track, no run, maiden over. Jack Carson, 15 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 31, 163 for 6, 78 to Abell, 5 to Gregory. I'm impressed, Anthony.
Well, St David's is where St Patrick, oddly enough, set off for Ireland and became eventually the patron saint of Ireland. Yeah, he set off from White Sands, which is a very nice beach just near St David's. And I don't know whether he went on a cabbage leaf or a millstone, which these Irish or Welsh Celtic saints tended to do. But anyway, he ended up in Ireland and went on to great things.
Great story. But there we are. Well, I hope you have a lovely holiday down. I presume it's a holiday, Simon. You're going on to down to Pembrokeshire.
Another over from Jayden Seales.
It is.
This will be his 8th, I fancy. He's in, bowls to Abell, who plays that from the crease, up the onside.
Stephen Hesman has been in touch. He says, thank you for the commentary on the cricket. Watching, hopefully, Sussex winning today, so it's nice to get away from parenting duties during the school holidays, even if it's for a short time, or sitting on the sofa having a well-earned time out. I spent too much time on the sofa last night watching the end of the golf, which was all very exciting. There's a few people going around a bit bleary-eyed this morning. Very exciting stuff.
There's Jayden Seales in and bowls, and Tom Abell defends. I think Abell and Gregory will feel if they can see the back of Jayden Seales, then life might get a little less testing.
Yes.
One assumes that Finn Hudson-Prentice will bowl from that Cromwell Road end, and Jack Carson's bowled tidily, but not particularly threateningly from the sea end.
Yes, it doesn't seem to be sort of turning. Well, it'll be difficult for us to see, but it certainly doesn't look as if there's any appreciable turn.
Seales to Abell will pick up a single into a big gap on the offside, a gap left quite deliberately to encourage Abell to have a drive and succumb to the same sort of fate as befell Casey Aldridge when he unwisely went to drive Jayden Seales and got a nick through to John Simpson.
Alex Joyce has been in touch, watching the stream from a showery Edinburgh. Fingers crossed Sussex can see this one over the line. More importantly, were you able to rescue any of your chocolate cake on Friday? Sore point, Alex? No. The press lads wolfed the lot down.
Seales in to Abell, who drives, to Gregory rather, who drives up to. They do look they're quite similar at the crease.
Yes.
They have similar, very conventional, well-coached stances, Lewis Gregory and Tom Abell. Just seen on the Somerset County Cricket Club official Facebook group a post by Simon White. Somerset's County Championship record in April these last 3 seasons, starting with last week. Come back to that after this delivery from Jayden Seales. And Gregory defends that. Draw, 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 draw. Loss, draw, loss, loss, loss. Win! And that was in 2022 against Warwickshire. So, plus whatever today will bring us, either way, it will be our 11th, our Somerset, that is, 11th consecutive match in April. We've not won.
Wow.
And it is an issue with they've been slow starters at Somerset for the last few seasons. Seals in and bowls, and Gregory gets on top of the backs, plays that down into the offside, and there's no run. 164 for 6, 79 to Abell and 5 to Gregory. Somerset have tended to flourish in sort of mid-season from May and to the beginning of August, and they haven't done very well in September in recent seasons either. They were in contention to win the championship last year after beating Surrey, and then lost their 2 last games to Lancashire and Hampshire, and it ended up being pipped for 2nd place by Hampshire, which was very disappointing, especially as they lost in the final of the Blast and lost in the final of the One Day Cup. So it's a very dispiriting end to the season.
Very sad news coming in from the Oval today of the passing of Alex Stewart's wife, Lynn.
She'd been ill for a long time, hadn't she?
Yes.
Very sad.
Very sad indeed. So I'm sure everybody from Sussex will be sending their condolences to Alex Stewart and the Stewart family, and flags are flying at half-mast on the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion, and the Surrey players wearing black armband. So very sad news indeed. Here comes Jack Carson running in over the wicket and bowls, and clipped onto the leg side by Tom Abell. He picks up a single and goes to 80, the total to 165 for 6. couple more emails that have come in. Steve Murray's been in touch. Hello, Steve. He says, I rushed home from work to hopefully watch our first win in the First Division. Rushed home early from work. I wonder what he does, perhaps he works overnights. In comes Carson bowls and Gregory turns onto the leg side, fielded at mid-wicket by Clark. There is no run. He says, I missed the beginning. What's happened to Sean Hunt? I was looking forward to his 10-for. Is he injured? The answer to that is yes, he is injured. He left the field yesterday before the close of play, and he hasn't taken the field this morning, so we'll need to inquire after play today as to how serious or otherwise that injury is. As in comes Jack Carson bowls and driven to mid-off by Lewis Gregory, and there is no run, but he isn't on the field, and so you'd have thought that it's unlikely he's going to appear for the rest of the day. We haven't had confirmation of that. In comes Carson bowls. No, he played across the line then, did Lewis Gregory. Slightly deceived in the flight, maybe. Dean has been back in touch from Cambodia, and he says it is indeed the Cambodian New Year, whoever knew. So I hope you're enjoying yourself. Dean, Carson in again, bowls and defended by Gregory on the bounce, fielded at silly mid off by Harrison Ward, who's a substitute fielder for Sean Hunt. There is no run. Kevin has been in touch. He says cider is fantastic. If you're a regular darts player, it helps to steady those nerves more than normal beer. I've no idea whether that's true or not. In comes Carson again, bowls, driven firmly by Gregory to mid-off, fielded by Jaden Sills. There is no run, just 1-1 off the over. 166 or 165 for 6.
165.
Abell on 80, Gregory on 5. I remember back in the day when it was, you know, the Bristows and the Jockey Wilsons and those guys, they'd have the pints lined up. Well, they all drink water now.
Yeah. Well, I think Jockey Wilson used to get through about 16 pints of lager, didn't he, in the course of an evening's darts.
And they'd all have a cigarette as well, didn't they? I mean, it's all changed now. I mean, I think the darts players will go to the gym now.
Right, we're going to have a bowling change from the Cromwell Road end, and it is going to be Finn Hudson Prentice to bowl his first over of the day.
We thought there might be a change.
Well, Jaden Seals, I think he's bowled 8 overs, isn't he? Which is a good stint for a big fast bowler, even though he is running down the hill. So Finn Hudson Prentice, who picked up 4 wickets in the Somerset first innings, 4 for 31 from memory. Then bowls to Abell, who will get a single into the onside. Move on to 81. This is the last chance saloon for Somerset, this partnership. These two have they've got a bat for 60 overs, I would think.
Yeah.
Messrs Pretorius and Davy and Leach can be counted upon, one hopes, to hold up an end for a few overs, but not for an extended period. Gregory plays that defensively into the onside. But these two, both very experienced. Tom Abell in his 132nd game of first-class cricket, and Lewis Gregory in his 131st.
Right.
So their careers have followed similar paths. As Gregory again plays that nice straight bat up to extra cover, picked up by Jack Carson. Gregory came into the Somerset side a bit before Tom Abell. Back in 2012. Tom Abell was Schoolboy Cricketer of the Year, Wisden Schoolboy Cricketer of the Year in 2012. Came into the side a couple of years later. And Gregory gets on top of the bounce, plays it down into the onside. Yeah, Gregory made his debut in first class debut 2011 for Somerset.
He's been a great servant, hasn't he? He's
oh yeah, yeah.
Runs, wickets,
He has. He's been plagued with back problems. This is hammered away through the offside, short and wide from Hudson Prentice. And Lewis Gregory isn't going to resist the temptation offered by that sort of delivery. And moves on to 170 for 6.
Yes, that was too wide, wasn't it?
If these two can keep their concentration, there doesn't appear to be too many devils in this pitch. Hudson Prentice in and bowls, and this run down to third man. Hudson Prentice fields. Not Hudson Prentice, it is... Who is that?
I'd looked away, actually. I was reading an email, so I apologise, Anthony. I should have been watching more closely, I'm not going to lie. Which either way it seemed, if Jack Carson's going to carry on. Julian has been...
I tell you what it was. It was Hudson Prentice. It wasn't Hudson Prentice who bowled that over. It was Tom Clark.
Sorry,
my humble apologies.
Well, no, that's me. That's poor. I need to concentrate and not sit here reading the emails that are coming in. That's very poor. I was reading one from Julian who was talking about Jimmy Anderson, who's been going to be knighted for his services to cricket, and I thought that was earlier in the week, and I was just double checking the stats. But you're right, Julian. Thank you. And no, Anthony and I haven't been honoured in the list.
In my defence, he was at the far end.
Yeah. Here comes Carson. Bowls played to short leg, and there is no run. That's my fault.
I haven't seen Tom Clark bowl before,
no.
so I should nonetheless have picked up that it was not Finn Hudson Prentice. It was in fact Tom Clark. Apologies.
Well, we were saying who. You did say to me who else might bowl. So there is Clark, there is Haynes, there is Coles. Maybe a little surprising that it wasn't Hudson Prentice. Anyway, that would have been logical. In comes Carson bowls. Maybe a bit of extra little bounce there, and Lewis Gregory just smothers the spin, plays it onto the onside, and there is no run. 171 for 6. Carson has bowled unchanged this morning from the C end of the ground. Three fielders clustered around the bat. He's in again and bowls, and Gregory is solidly forward, plays down the offside of the track. Carson wanders across, picks up the ball, completes the fielding. If you just joined us, Sussex have picked up a couple of wickets this morning. James Rue in the second over of the day, a brute of a delivery that he gloved to Jack Carson, to Tom Haynes. Gully come backward point. As in comes Carson bowls. Gregory with a flick of the wrists plays that to square leg. There is no run. He added 1 to his overnight score. And then Casey Aldridge, who drove at Jaden Seals and was caught behind by John Simpson. So both wickets taken by the West Indian Jaden Seals, who's bowled very quickly down the hill this morning. I wouldn't have fancied facing him. Roaring in. But he's now out of the attack. Jack Carson in bowls. And that loops in the air. Tom Alsop takes a very good catch over his shoulder. But that clearly ballooned off the pad because there was no real appeal from anybody around the bat, and there is no run. Carson again. In bowls. Oh, not taken cleanly by John Simpson, which is unusual, and I think they are going to be byes. As the ball runs up to the far end of the ground, indeed they are byes. So 4 byes conceded. They don't go down against the bowl, it will go down as a maiden over. 17 overs, 6 maidens, 0 for 32. Somerset are 175 for 6. Trevor in Milton Keynes has been in touch. And he says, I got to Hove on Saturday, really encouraged by Sussex's start to the season. I'm still thinking that if we can stay up, we would have done well. It would be brilliant if we can record a win. It will help a lot. Very good performances by Haynes, Clark and Hunt already. Brilliant that the locally developed players are performing at this higher level. Sadly, I won't get to the Surrey match, but should get to a day of the Worcester match, says Trevor in Milton Keynes. Thank you, Trevor. Lovely to hear from you.
It's Tom Clark, not Finn Hudson Prentice, coming down the hill to bowl to Tom Abell, who turns it into the onside. They do look. They're trying to make excuses. I mean, he bowls similar sort of stuff, doesn't he?
Well, totally. He's right.
It's
totally
right arm, medium pace.
Yes, absolutely. Similar run up.
Yeah.
Similar stature. It's my fault, Anthony. I should have noticed.
He's in and bowls to Abell. He turns it into the onside. No run.
I would say he's a little quicker than medium pace. Both he and Finn Hudson-Prentice. Tom Haynes bowls much more of sort of a military medium when he bowls. George Harris has been in touch talking about local breweries, which seems a good subject for the end of the over.
Yep. Well, you've got a very good brewery here in Sussex at Lewis. With Clark in bowls, and Abell won't get a single this time. He thinks about it, but Jack Carson quickly onto it. No run.
Yes. Harvey's, we have to say sort of other beers are available because we have to be like that at the in our commentaries, but no. Yeah, my friend who was down on Friday is a big fan of.
They were the beer they were serving in the Sussex Cricketer.
Yes,
was from the Long Man Brewery.
Ah.
This is turned into the onside. Think about a single. It's not there.
Did you go and have a pint last night, or?
No, I had a pint with Steve Pittard on Saturday evening, early evening.
Did you like it in there? I mean,
it's very noisy. The acoustics are dreadful.
Right. Okay.
It was very busy, and you could hardly hear yourself.
Right.
Think. So we sat outside, which was very, very pleasant.
Yes.
And, yeah, it's good. Clark in bowls, and there's a run here for Abell as he tucks it away down to long leg. Moves on to 82. He's had one life this morning, Tom Abell. Put down at second slip, very difficult chance. By Tom Clark it was, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yeah, low to his left.
Low to his left. Going down low in front of Tom Alsop at first slip. Outside the off stump, no shot from Gregory. It would have been a spectacular catch if he'd pulled it off. But he couldn't quite cling on, so Abell is still there, mercifully, from the Somerset perspective. 82 from 135 deliveries. At the other end, Lewis Gregory has 10. It's 176 for 6, and 76, a minimum of 76 overs remain in the day's play for Somerset to survive if they're going to pull off the great escape.
You're listening to Live Cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Somerset. Adrian Harms, don't know my own name, and Anthony Gibson, your commentary team. George is enjoying the commentary, so thank you for your comments, George. He says, I'm wondering what your favourite local brewery would be across the county circuit. Of course, we are very lucky with Harvey's Sussex Best. More to come. In comes Carson and bowls, played onto the onside by Tom Abell, and there is no run. George goes on to say, I'm quite keen on a drop of Timothy Taylor, Yorkshire.
Yeah, good stuff, yeah. Timothy Taylor.
Obviously, other bitters are available. I'm going to disappoint you, actually, George. In comes Carson, bowls, and played his short leg, hits Tom Alsop on the knee, and goes across the track. There is no run. I'm not a big bitter drinker, so I'm going to leave that with Anthony to say, have you got a favourite tipple from some part of the country?
I think I do, actually, yeah. Batham's Best Bitter, which is a Black Country beer.
Ooh. Comes Carson, bowls. Forward comes Abell, plays into the offside, no run.
Batham's is a very old, very traditional brewery, and they still use a lot of wooden casks, and they serve it in the old Moseley Arms, which is just around the corner from Edgbaston.
Well, we are.
Highly recommended.
Comes Carson again. Balls forward into the offside. There is. Where's the brewery? There is no run, I should say. Where's the brewery based? I mean, I guess Black Country, is that sort of Wolverhampton, that sort of that sort of neck of the woods?
It absolutely, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
There we go, George. Anthony is your aficionado on bitters and ciders. In comes Carson in bright sunshine, bowls. Abell with a flick of the wrists turns this to mid-wicket, fielded by Clark, no run.
Well, I was a founder member of the campaign for Real Ale back in the...
Were you?
In the early 1970s when I was working in London.
Well, that's fascinating. We'll have to talk about that more. In comes Carson, Bowles, Abell defends. Oh, he doesn't defend. He punches this through the onside. They've taken one. They'll come back for a second. James Cole's racing back towards the boundary. And two more to the total. Abell goes to 84, 178 for 6. Jack Carson 18 over 6 maidens. No Wicket 434. That's fascinating. Was that because you and like-minded people were fed up with?
Yeah, I mean, my father was a member of the Society for the Preservation of Beers from the Wood, which was a rather tweedy organisation, you know, men in tweed jackets smoking pipes and regretting the demise of beer from the wood. CAMRA was a rather more focused organisation, and we had some very talented journalists involved, people like Roger Protz and Michael Hardman and so on. And it became, I think, the most successful consumer movement in history. It has transformed the landscape of beer in this country. It was a complete desert in London in the early 1970s. Is Clark in and Bowles outside the off stump, and no shot from Gregor. Not just in London either. I mean, in the oldest brewery in Somerset, brewing real ale, is Buckham, and that wasn't founded until 1977. And prior to that, there weren't any breweries in Somerset, in the entire county, brewing, still serving real ale. And now there are dozens. And this is played by Gregory into the onside, and it's been a revolution in the brewing industry. Yeah.
Do most of them do okay? I mean, do they?
Well, I think that there were a lot started up 6-7 years ago, and quite a lot fell by the wayside. Small breweries during COVID.
Yes,
and all of that. But yeah, they're mostly doing okay. This is turned away nicely by Gregory. Found a gap on the onside, turned it just in front of the square leg umpire out to the boundary. And there it moves on to 1482 for 6. And I was chairman of the West London branch, and we had I think one brewer. Well, probably a few more than one. The great London brewery in those days was Young's, which has disappeared now. But that's defended into the offside.
There are still Young's pubs, aren't there?
There are, but and Young's as a company still exists, but it's a pub company now, as opposed to their beers. I think are brewed at Bedford by. Well, they were brewed by Charles Wells, but I think Charles Wells has been taken over by someone now. Anyway, it's there are now thousands of breweries and real ales all over the country as Gregory defends that into the offside.
Yes, close to where I live, there's one Hog's Back Brewery. They produce a bitter called tea, which I think is very popular locally. And there's another one locally, and they produce a bitter called Sheer Drop.
Sheer Drop, that's right.
Yeah, you know them all, actually. I feel I'm missing out here because I'm not a big bitter drinker.
Is Clark defended by Gregory? Yeah, I mean, one of the great joys, actually, of doing this job is going around the country and sampling all sorts of different beers all over the place. And Birmingham was a great place for real ale. So is Leeds. So is the Durham area, and Birmingham, London, of course. So yeah, it's.
You've prompted a conversation, George, with your email. In fact, Sam, who was sitting in this chair yesterday, has been in touch. Says, I like a drop from a brewery near Leuven Cricket Club in Belgium, Leuven. I hope that's not a wind-up, Sam.
No, they're great beer.
Is it?
Beer brewers in Belgium. Yeah.
Well, it's going to be Jack Carson, who's probably might have a beer if Sussex win this game. I don't know. He might have a Guinness. Jack coming from Northern Ireland. Clipped away onto the leg side by Tom Abell, who has looked pretty much unflustered all morning.
He has.
So it gave a very difficult chance to Tom Clark at second slip, but other than that, he's looked in very solid, very secure, and very unruffled. He goes to 85, 183 for 6. Brings Lewis Gregory on to strike, who's on 14 or 40 balls. Carson is in bowls. Gregory's forward. Plays short leg, no run.
just a hint of turn there. Concentration, I think, is going to be the key here for these two batsmen. They're just going to have to set themselves to bat long, concentrate hard.
In comes Carson Bowles, played into the short silly mid-off. There is no run. We've got another 35 minutes to go until lunch. They talk about ticking off little landmarks, little milestones, perhaps 5 overs, 10 overs, a certain amount of time. Still plenty to bat. In comes Carson Bowles, Gregory forward. Been very tidy, Jack Carson, this morning, but as you say, it's the pitch not turning quite as much as Sussex might have hoped.
No, it doesn't seem to be deteriorating at all. I thought there was some signs of wear yesterday afternoon, but it hasn't really done much at all this morning.
Carson in, Bowles clipped away by Gregory to backward square leg, fielded there by Jayden Seales.
Other than for that man, Jayden Seales, in particular the ball that accounted for James Rue, which really did rear up sharply off the pitch.
Carson in, Bowles driven to mid-off. There is no run. Another over drifts by. Just the one run coming off of it. Somerset 183 for 6. Abell 85. Gregory is on 14. Jack Carson 19 overs, no maidens. 0 for 35. It looks like it's going to be Tom Clark to continue. I always read my emails, or try to read them before I come in, because I'm never sure whether some of them are a bit of a wind-up, Anthony. The beer one wasn't, certainly from George. Well, I've one here, it's signed, but it says from Lily Savage. I'm sure that's not right. He says, according to weather records, Sussex have never won a game in April when the temperatures have not dropped below 10 degrees.
Clark in and Bowles. Yes. Tom Abell in a little bit of difficulty there as he just takes his bottom hand off the bat and bouncing a little bit more.
And just to reiterate for people just joining us, wondering whether Sean Hunt has added to his 9 wickets in the match. No Sean Hunt on the field today. He picked up an injury yesterday. We know not the severity of it, but he hasn't taken the field this morning.
Clark down the hill in Bowles, driven by Abell, well fielded off his own bowling by Tom Clark, getting down quickly to make the stop. Sussex, if he's not fit, then you'll be without Sean Hunt, possibly Robinson.
Yeah, I mean, and suddenly it becomes a bit of an issue because Henry Croker is out with a shoulder injury at the moment. We don't know how long that is, and I mean, apparently Ollie Robinson was hoping to play this week.
Clark and Bowles outside the off-stump, no shot from Abell. I was thinking when your correspondent said that Sussex would do well to stay up. I think Sussex have potentially a good bit better than that if they can field their full. If Ollie Robinson can play a full championship season with Jayden Seales here for some time, and you've got Nathan McAndrew coming, I think, as well.
Yep.
Clark in and Bowles, and this is pushed into the offside, and if Sussex can win this game, that puts them in it's a really good start to the season.
Very good, yep. Jade Evanukak coming later on in the season as well, as they juggle their quick bowlers. I guess, we all wrote a piece for the website, didn't we? And my feeling was Jack Carson could play a big part if Sussex could score enough runs.
Clark in and Bowles, and Abell defends. It's not a bad batting lineup by any means at all. I mean, Tom Haynes is in good form. Tom Clark, Tom Alsop is a batsman reborn, really, since he moved here from Hampshire. From Hampshire.
Yep. And in all forms as well. I mean, he particularly in the T20 last year, he was excellent. Got himself a contract in the Big Bash in the winter.
John Simpson in the form of his life.
Yeah.
Clark to Abell. It's dropped. Dropped by
me.
I think Harrison Ward. That is at mid-wicket. Straightforward chance.
Well, that's a howler.
And an absent-minded shot from Tom Abell. That's what I was talking about concentration. I think he momentarily lost concentration there did Tom Abell, and as that ball was in the air, my heart sank. But so eventually did the ball. Was it Harrison Ward?
Yeah, it was. I mean,
Single was taken, Abell onto 86.
I mean, no one means to put a catch down, but Sussex players just almost dropped to the floor, didn't they? Couldn't believe the chance had gone down.
Because they know that it's Tom Abell's wicket that holds the key. If they can get rid of Abell, that's as good as it. But as long as Abell is there, then Somerset hopes will remain alive.
Well, that really was a straightforward chance, if there is such a thing. James Coles is going to replace Jack Carson as we come up to 12:30. It'll be update time soon. So 2 lives. Tom Abell has had a really tough chance to Tom Clark when he was on 65 at second slip, but that was pretty straightforward. Harrison Ward at mid-wicket just clipped, and the chance went a-begging. So 3 chances have gone down this morning. One didn't matter too much. Casey Aldridge was out soon after he was dropped by Hudson Prentice. In comes Coles. Bowls full toss, driven down the ground, 4 runs.
That wasn't far away from a chance.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Tom Abell goes to 90. So to 188 for 6. Paul has been in touch. Paul Bryce. Hello, Paul. Blind broadcaster and journalist living in Southport has been in touch. He says, enjoying the coverage as always. I can confirm that Bathams is based in Brierley Hill.
That's right.
And as was suggested, is highly recommended. That's one of our bitters. Hoping the game will still have something in it throughout the afternoon and not peter out as so many do. Thank you so much, Paul, for getting in touch from up in Southport in Lancashire.
Some good beers around that part of the world as well.
You're going to name one, aren't you? In comes Coles, bottles and draws. Abell forward, plays down the track, there is no run. In comes Coles, around the wicket. Abell defends into the offside, no run. Clive Walder is in Birmingham and he says, good afternoon, Adrian. Good to email you for the first time this season. Bathams is based in Brierley Hill in the Black Country, confirming what Anthony was saying. In comes Coles, defends again, does Abell after the covers, no run. He goes on to say the old Moseley Arms isn't that close to Edgbaston. It's a 20-minute walk. Well, that's pretty close.
Well, it's reasonably close.
Coles in again. Abell defends down the offside of the track, no run.
It's the sort of pub where I bump into Tractor Driver and his little sort of coterie of Somerset cricket followers.
Coles in again. Abell plays out into the offside. There is no run. So James Coles rattles through that over. 188 for 6. Abell on 90. Gregory on 14. He goes on to say, having lived in Birmingham for 30 years, I would disagree that Birmingham is a good place for real ale. Not anything like as good as Derby, Sheffield or Norwich, all of which have more free houses selling independent beers, said Clive. Actually, I've been a couple of times to Norwich, to the Norwich Beer Festival.
Oh yeah.
Which is held in an old church in Norwich. That's where you went in and you pay your money and you get a certain amount of discs and go round and sample what you want to sample.
Yes, some nice pubs in Norwich. Here's Clark coming down the hill to Gregory, who drives way through the offside. I'm not sure that would go for... will go for 4. Beats the fielder Daniel Hughes to the boundary. 4 runs to Gregory. He moves on to 18, 192 for 6.
Oh. Sorry, Anthony, do you mind if I just take over and do this update? I need to get the score up at the Oval.
Clark in and bowls, turned around the corner by Gregory for a single, moves on to 19.
Yes, Somerset here, Alison, are 193 for 6. It means that they've lost a couple of wickets here this morning, meaning that Sussex need 4 more wickets to win this game, their first win in Division one of the county championship. The wickets that have gone down, that of James Rue in the second over of the day for 20, and then Casey Aldridge for 14. Both wickets taken by Jaden Sills, but Sussex not helping themselves this morning. They put 3 catches down, and perhaps crucially Tom Abell, who's been dropped just most recently by Harrison Ford when he was on 90. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Surrey slowly working their way through the Hampshire innings. Hampshire are 106 for 4, still needing another 271 to win. We should say, Alison, as well, some very sad news from the Oval this morning. Surrey announcing the death of Lynn Stewart, the wife of Alex Stewart. And of course, everybody at BBC Surrey and BBC Sussex extend their condolences to Alex Stewart and the Stewart family.
Clark then into Abell outside the off stump. No shot from Tom Abell. I'm just thinking back to that drop chance. Tom Abell was out to an identical shot when he'd made 50 against Worcestershire last weekend, and he was looking in absolutely prime form, and then out of the blue he just turned the ball sort of casually in the air to mid-wicket, and that was that. I don't know whether he just suffers from momentary loss of concentration as Clark is in and bowls, and no lack of concentration there as he gets his nose over the line of that ball and plays it defensively with the bat angled down. These two, from the Somerset perspective, simply got to see it through until lunch. 70 overs and 1 ball remain in the day's play, at least. Clark bowls outside the off stump, no shot from Abell. Why do you think Finn Hudson-Prentice hasn't been given the ball this morning?
Well, I'm a little surprised because he picked up those 4 wickets on whatever day it was, Friday, which sort of turned the match on its head, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm a little surprised that he hasn't bowled. Let's hope that Finn isn't nursing an injury. Adam Verone has been in touch. Sorry, Vern one? Adam. He says, greetings from my office desk in a sunny but chilly Reading. Glad to see that Sussex have started their first season back in Division 1 so well. Given a couple of, on paper, very tricky opening fixtures, he's hoping that 4 Somerset overs. Sorry, here's hoping the last 4 Somerset fall not too long in case any bad weather comes along. I think we're going to be okay here for weather on the south coast is the good news, Adam. James Coles coming in from the sea end, comes into bowl to Lewis Gregory, who defends down the track. There is no run. Adam wants to point out the last wicket taken by a Sussex bowler in any win in the First Division was actually taken by Steve McGoffin, not Luke Wells. I apologise, should have done my homework better. Sussex beating Worcestershire. In comes James Coles, bowls. Nice looking shot by Lewis Gregory. There is now a sweeper on the cover boundary, who is indeed Finn Hudson-Prentice, who is on the field but not asked to bowl today.
What's the point of having a sweep?
I don't really... I agree. I'm a little surprised. I don't like to question some of the decisions that are made, but it does seem a little odd when Sussex have got so many runs to play with.
I would have thought you want to encourage the batsman to play the ball through the offside. Reinforce the close catches.
Coles in bowls, defended by Abell onto the onside, no row. Adam goes on to say, I hope to have to travel to Hove at some point this season, although my 10-week-old daughter might have more of a say on whether I actually can come or not. Well, congratulations, Adam, on your new arrival. In comes Coles. Bowles defends, does. Abell back down at the track, and there is no run. Comes Coles again. Now that did turn.
It did.
That did turn quite a long way.
But I expect he was out of the bowler's foot marks.
Quite possibly. I mean, that went a long way. That went further than anything's pretty much gone in the match. Taken by Simpson high to his right, outside of the off stump. Coles again. Ooh, Abell showing good judgment. Lets that one go outside the off stump. There is no run. 194 for 6. Abell on 90. Gregory on 20. Live cricket here on BBC Radio Sussex and Somerset. Was it not out the foot marks?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, interesting.
No, it was 18 inches or so outside the off stump on a good length. So the batsman didn't really have to play it, but it was a little bit of bounce and a little bit of turn, so that will encourage Coles and Sussex.
Simon's been in touch. He says, I've heard Anthony mention the pub Eli's over the last...
Eli's, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
It's the Rose and Crown at Hewish Episcopi, of which Steve Pittard used to be the joint landlord. He's retired now. He's still in the Pittard family and has been for about 150 years.
Well, funny enough, he says, Simon goes on to say, 20 years ago we honeymooned in Somerset, camping out of the back of a hired Saab Aero convertible. We were permitted to pitch a tent in the back garden of the Rose and Crown for the night.
Yeah.
In the morning, we took the wonderful elderly landlady who was bored in the pub for a spin in the car with the top down. It was so joyful.
That's Eileen.
Well, there we
Eileen
go.
Pittard.
I imagine she has passed now, but what a wonderful person she was.
She died back in 2008. But
Amazing.
she was a lovely lady, Eileen. That's Steve's mother.
That's incredible. The things we get to talk about.
Oh, it's a wonderful pub, Eli's. Doesn't actually have a bar as such. It's a tap room. This is...
let's wait for Danny Lamb.
It's Danny Lamb for the first time today. He bowled a couple of overs. How many overs he bowled? 4 overs last night from the sea end. It's the first time, I think, in the match he's bowled from the Cromwell Road end. They were fairly innocuous overs from the sea end last night, but the wickets have mostly been taken from the Cromwell Road end. This, I think, is going to be a leg by as Gregory looked to turn that round the corner. Didn't, I think, get any bat on it. No, indeed. Signalled by umpire James Middlebrook. Leg by goes on the total 195 for 6.
Winston has been in touch, Anthony. More beer chat. He's an ex-Lewis Bonfire boy and long-time camera member, now living in Girvan in Scotland.
Yeah.
Enjoying the commentary and the beer banter. He's got some recommendations.
Oh, right. Don't get to Scotland very often, unfortunately. And Scotland is still a little bit of a beer desert. It's not as bad as it used to be. It's not as rich in beers and breweries as Sussex, for example. As this is defended by Tom Abell.
He says, as far as I'm concerned, Harvey's Sussex Bitter is still the best pint I know, but in March I was up at Loch Fyne for a week and went to the Fine Ales Brewery, which produces Jarl, J-A-R-L, in my opinion, the best bottled beer in the UK.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, it's not quite as good as a cask pint.
Yes, you can quite often get that in... this is Abell defending in the well-known pub chain.
Right.
Which is referred to as an item of cutlery.
Okay. He said, oddly, it's not quite as good as a cask pint, but they do have a wonderful porter called Mapmaker, which will definitely curl your moustache.
I haven't tried that. I've tried Jarl, but not Mapmaker.
There we go. Sorry, if you're not interested in bitter, this is probably not much interest, but it's great everyone's getting in touch.
Here's Danny Lamb and bowls to Tom Abell, who plays that back up the pitch.
He goes on to say, I've lived in Brussels for 11 years. I've also lived in Brussels for 11 years and can recommend a drop of Orval, O-R-V-A-L. Great to see a good start to the season. Let's hope the lads can finish this match. Best of luck. Thank you, Winston, for a lovely email on beers.
These two have added 43 so far for their 7th wicket. And apart from that drop catch, which came a bit out of the blue, I haven't looked in any great trouble, he says, tempting fate, as this is turned into the onside, picked up by James Coles under his sun hat at short mid-wicket. End of, again, a fairly unthreatening over from Danny Lamb. 5 overs, none for 16, 90 to Tom Abell and 20 to Lewis Gregory.
Les Woodburn is in touch. He says, after your visit to Scarborough last year, on your way back south, you'd have passed our nearest local brewery called Wold Top Brewery, situated just north of Filey, and where I live in Kirby Grindles. I can highly recommend their Marmalade Ale.
I haven't tried that.
Which is a gorgeous sub, he says. He's hoping We take the last 4 Somerset wickets. In comes Coles, bowls to Gregory, plays down the offside of that track.
You'll have to take up drinking, try and relays, because you're going to Scarborough, aren't you?
Yeah, again, 2 years running, yes.
Yeah.
I feel I'm missing out here. I've led a sheltered life, perhaps. Coles in and bowls and defended on the onside. There is no run.
There's a very, very good pub, Relay Old Pub, very close to Scarborough Cricket Ground, called the North Riding Brew Pub.
Right.
It's highly recommended.
Coles in again, bowls outside the off stump, let through goes to
Used
Simpson.
to go there with dear old Callie.
Did you?
Yeah.
Good old Toby's been in touch. In comes Coles. Oh, that's a horrible ball wide outside the off stump, and Lewis Gregory said thanks very much and punched it through the extra cover really for 4 runs. He goes to 24, 199 for 6. Ball is retrieved by Finn Hudson-Prentice. So I was just distracted by another couple of emails that have come in. This has got people's attention, this chat on Real Ale.
Well, Real Ale and cricket do go together.
Coles bowls. And Gregory plays with a very straight bat out into the covers. There is no run. I ought to describe the field, really, because that's what we're here to do. There's a slip and a short leg, a backward point, cover mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a backward square leg, all saving a single as in comes Coles again, bowls, and forward comes Gregory, plays with soft hands out into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. 199 for 6. Brewers in and around Brighton, says Toby. Unbarred, lost Pier, long man. I don't know if this is another wind-up or not. I'll come back to that one, I think.
Well, long man is certainly a brewery.
Oh, well, maybe that's
Lost
it
Pier,
then.
I think, is as well.
Unbarred, lost Pier, long man, gun, Lake Down, Brighton Beer, Burning Sky, Beak Abyss,
Burning Sky, yeah.
Only with Love, and Lane's Brewery.
Well, there you are. Lots of top quality, locally produced artisan beers.
Toby says we're showing our age talking about camera.
So here comes Danny Lamb to bowl another over, and this is turned down to long leg for 4 runs. Nicely timed by Tom Abell, picking up a delivery, just drifting down the leg side. He moves on to 94, and that is the 50 partnership between these two. They've added 51 since Casey Aldridge was out, and just keeping Somerset hopes alive at the moment.
On which subject, there's been an email from Stephen in Berkhamsted who said, I'm remaining disappointed. I'm completely confident their players, that Sussex players, Somerset players are trying their best. But
Lamb in and bowls, and there's a run here to Abell out through the offside.
he says, this is Stephen in Berkhamsted. He said, the lasting impression of the first 2 matches of the season is that our bowling attack is as it was last season, lacking a cutting edge. Is
It
that
does, yeah, I think that's very true. I mean, they really are missing Matt Henry. A lot of hopes were being staked on Matt Henry's return to Somerset. He wasn't here last year, but 2023 he made a big impact, and his absence is really being felt. As Gregory comes half forward and plays that with a dead bat out into the onside, and Lewis Gregory, Josh Davey, Jake Ball, Craig Overton, they're all into their 30s now. And certainly Gregory and Overton have got a history of injuries, so can't be pushed too hard as Gregory drives this down the ground, and hence the fact that Craig Overton was rested for this game, so that they'd be reasonably confident he'd be fit for the next 3 games. But without Matt Henry and without Craig Overton and Casey Aldridge, bit of a Jekyll and Hyde when it comes to his bowling. The attack has looked underpowered, and I think we saw that in that long Sussex second innings, when they had spinners wheeling away from both ends without really looking as if they were going to take a wicket, as Gregory plays that back to the bowler, and it is a concern. I asked Jason Kerr whether there were any plans to sign a replacement overseas bowler for Matt Henry, and he basically said no, because there just aren't the bowlers there available to sign, with the franchise cricket going on and so on, and also the reluctance of international boards. Defensive shot from Gregory to allow their quicker bowlers to be over bowled. So they if they do come over to this country, they very often come with conditions attached, as to how many overs they can bowl, or
very difficult.
whatever, how many games they can play. So I think Somerset are just going to have to make do with the resources that they have got at the moment, and they've got 3 very, very tough games coming up. I thought this was a tough game as well, and I've been saying so, and various people said, oh, it's only Sussex, but Sussex are a good side, and they've demonstrated that over the last 3.5 days.
James Coles is going to carry on. He's bowled 3 overs for 9. We've got 10 minutes to go until lunch. Coles is coming into bowl Tom Abell, who's 95 not out. He might hit a 6 here and go to his 100, and he comes bowls, and Abell stabs it out into the offside. There is no run. Mark Robinson, almost as a coach, just popping his head around the commentary box door, which is good to see. In comes Coles, bowls, cut away by Tom Abell, who picks up a single. He goes to 96, 204 for 6. Andrew Grand has been in touch. He says, I've been enjoying the commentary from Edgbaston last week and now from Hove as it accompanies the live stream. And I noticed that Sussex are only providing fixed cameras at the moment with no panning around to follow the ball. There is a reason for that. In comes James Coles, bowls, and defended by Gregory down the pitch. There is no run. Indeed, it is the fixed camera this week, Andrew. There are going to be some new cameras here. There's just some software needed to make it all work, and hopefully it'll all be working for the Surrey game that starts on Friday. Coles in bowls, forward comes Gregory, plays into the onside, and there is no run. Sort of thinking ahead in this game. This is the 65th over, so there's going to be a new ball available.
Yep.
Probably in the first hour after lunch, somewhere towards the end of the first hour, as Coles bowls, clipped to mid-wicket. That could be interesting, and you'd imagine that Jaden Seals will be roaring down the hill when that's due. That could be another significant point of the game. Coles in again, Abell defends into the offside. There is no run. End of the over.
Yeah, I mean, the ideal scenario for Sussex would be to break this partnership and then have the new ball to clean up the tail. But they've got to break this partnership first.
Omcar says it should be mandatory for all counties to be sponsored by their premier local brewery or ale producer. Bring back the days of Glamorgan with their Brain shirt and Lancashire with Thwaites.
Thwaites, yeah.
There's going to be Danny Lamb to carry on. Who else has been in touch here? Phil from Newmarket's been in touch. Who is working from home. Yeah, with inverted commas.
Is Lamb to bowl another over to Tom Abell. Abell plays that firmly back up the pitch. Abell on 96.
Oh yes, must keep an eye on that. He says, hopefully Sussex can get over the line. It's looking more and more like Seals is our real hope for victory. That said, it's been a solid start this season. That bodes well for the remainder of the season. Such a shame Sean Hunt can take no further part in the game. Hopefully he will return soon. Yes, 9 wickets. We haven't had official confirmation he's not going to be on the field today, but it's looking unlikely.
3 catches on the onside. He's caught. That's the end of Tom Abell. He went for a square cut, and it was missed by John Simpson. A brilliant catch from Tom Alsop, going down low to his left, because he must have had his vision obscured by John Simpson going for that. And a terrific piece of fielding, and that, I'm afraid, is just about that from the Somerset perspective, with Tom Abell gone, caught by Alsop off the bowling of Danny Lamb. It wasn't a great delivery, but it drew the attacking shot from Tom Abell, looking for 4 runs to go to his century. He got the edge, and as I said, a very good catch from Tom Alsop. But well batted Tom Abell,
yes,
96 from 172 deliveries. with 15 fours, but with his departure, so also go virtually all of Somerset's hopes.
Well, you're right, it was a terrific catch. I think actually probably a bit of credit to John Simpson for some of the field placing there, because he brought everybody in to save a single, and Tom Abell just 4 short of what would have been an excellent 100. Was just looking to glide that one down towards third man. What a wonderful catch by Tom Alsop. And the 7th wicket goes down. Just to finish up what Phil from Newmarket was saying, on the real ale front, being from Suffolk, can I throw Adnams into the ring? Nothing better than a pint of broadside or old at Southwold on a summer's day.
Yeah, good stuff.
There we are.
Southwold in the Lord Nelson, possibly.
Have you written a book on?
No, I haven't. No,
right,
no,
perhaps
no,
you ought.
no.
And Andrew's been back here to say, yeah, thanks on the stream. As I say, lots of clubs, Andrew, do have significantly more resource than Sussex do in terms of live streams and people operating the streams. And the people here, I'm not just sticking up for them because I like the club, but they do work really hard to make it work. And hopefully for the next game we will have something that will pan around the ground, and you'll be able to see more of the action. But thank you for your email. Thank everyone for their emails this morning. It's been great. SussexCricket@bbc.co.uk. We probably will have one more over before lunch, but it's still Danny Lamb to carry on with this one. 4 balls to go.
Lamb into Josh Davey, who's the new batsman. It's not Josh Davey. It's Miguel Pretorius, beg his pardon. He turns it into the onside. Slightly loose-looking shot. But, he relies, as I've been saying, very heavily on his eye, does Miguel Pretorius. He's got a good eye. And he's got long arms, and he can hit the ball a long way. But Somerset won't need him to dig in. But he's not a natural digger-inner. Lamb to Gregory. Oh, and Gregory goes for a big off drive. Fortunately for him, makes no contact through to John Simpson. If the skipper had got out to that shot, he would have been very shamefaced indeed, walking back to the dressing room.
Yeah. I guess if that goes whizzing through extra cover for 4, we see a great shot, but he didn't.
Lamb in bowls, and this is better from Gregory. Plays that with soft hands, runs it down to third man, and Hudson Prentice will field. Sends in the return. 2 runs are taken. 208 for 7. 26 Gregory moves on to. But the demise of Tom Abell is a fatal blow, I'm afraid, to Somerset hopes of saving this game. It's only a matter of time now, with all due respect to Messrs Pretorius, Davey and Leach. I can't see them, even if they get to the new ball, I can't see them surviving it.
Yeah, it's a long way back, isn't it?
Lamb bowls, and it's played by Gregory straight to James Coles at mid-wicket. End of a successful over for Danny Lamb. He has figures of 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24, and the big wicket of Tom Abell for 96.
Just looking at the table, I think, I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves, Sussex, but I think if Sussex win this game, they will take, well, I don't think, they would take 20 points from the game. And I think regardless of results in the other games, it would put them top of the table, I think. Because they got 15 points in their first game, so they'll be up to 35. I think even if a couple of the other games look like they're going to finish in draws, we shall see. But it will be a good start for Sussex. I mean, it's a tough opening 4 games. Warwickshire away, Somerset and Surrey here, and then a trip up to Trent Bridge to play Nottinghamshire. But so far so good. James Coles, 4 overs, no wicket for 10, comes into bar. I think that's going to be the last over before lunch, and Pretorius plays to backward point, and there is no run. Slip and a silly mid-off. Oh, he's now changing from silly mid-off to short leg. So 3 wickets have gone down this morning. Coles in again, bowls, and Pretorius plays firmly into the covers, and there is no run. 2 of those taken by Jayden Seales, 1 by Danny Lamb. Sussex giving themselves a few anxious minutes. There's 3 chances have gone down, but fortunately none of them have proven to be overly expensive, which will certainly please Messieurs Harrison Ward, Finn Hudson-Prentice and Tom Clark. I mean, Tom Clark's would have been the most brilliant catch had he caught that as slip. 2 slips in place now. Coles in and bowls. Pretorius is solidly forward, plays down the offside of the track, fielded by James Coles off his own bowling, and there is no run. So there is 2 slips, a short leg and a short extra cover. Coles again. Bowls, and Pretorius leans back and cuts. There's a bit of an ooh you probably heard in our effects microphone.
He does have a first-class century to his name, does Miguel Pretorius. 109 not out. I think that was made in South Africa.
Coles again. Bowls.
That shot was fairly typical Miguel Pretorius. Firm-footed drive.
The digital clock on the scoreboard shows 12:59. I'm pretty sure that's what the umpires get. Oh, it's clicked over to 1300 hours, so it will indeed be lunch. Coles is in again, bowls, Pretorius is forward, nudges that into the offside, and there is no run. So it is the end of the over, a session in which Sussex have taken 3 of the remaining 6 wickets that they needed to win the game. 2 of them taken by Jayden Seales, 1 by Danny Lamb. Some resistance from Tom Abell, who batted beautifully for his 96 before he was out, courtesy of a brilliant catch by Tom Alsop off the bowling of Danny Lamb. But with still 2 sessions to go, I think it's fair to say that Sussex will be firm favourites to go on and win this game, and it would take something quite remarkable if Somerset were to save it, Anthony.
Yep, I'm afraid it's only a matter of time since the wicket of Tom Abell, but I think Somerset can be expected to battle hard until the bitter end.
Indeed, and you never know with county cricket. It's a wonderful game and things can change, but the minute Sussex going to lunch, they'll feel the job isn't quite done as they make their way off the field. Thank you so much for listening this morning to myself, Adrian Harms, and to Anthony Gibson. Thank you for all your emails, particularly on the subject of breweries, which has been great fun to read them all out, and thank you for getting in touch. And Anthony, I'm going to go and have a bit of a break, cup of tea and a sandwich or something, and we'll be back with you at 20 to 2.
Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today. Weak website? It could be a superstar. We do A/B testing, personalisation, social proof, product recommendations, baseline analysis to bring your bottom line over the line. Visit webtrends-optimise.com or call 0333 444 5502 today.
Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove for the penultimate session. Who knows, maybe the last session. You never quite know in County Championship cricket in this 4-day game between Sussex and Somerset. I'm Adrian Harms, Anthony Gibson next to me. The state of the game is that Sussex need another 3 more wickets. Somerset are highly unlikely, 387 to win. Their objective will be to bat out these remaining overs in the day, of which there are at least 63 to be bowled, and try and save the game. But maybe the crucial part of the Somerset Resistance broken just before lunch when Tom Abell was out for a very well-made 96 caught. Splendidly caught by Tom Alsop at first slip off the bowling of Danny Lamb. Anthony Gibson next to me. Weather looks set fair, and it's going to take some effort this from Somerset to avoid a defeat.
Certainly is. I think it's, as I said just before lunch, only a matter of time now that Tom Abell has gone. There was a possibility that Abell and Gregory could have put together a long partnership as Lamb is down the slope to Lewis Gregory, who plays that up to mid-on. There might have been a single there, and the fact that he didn't take it suggests that maybe Gregory's going to try and farm the strike. He's got Pretorius and then Josh Davey and Jack Leach for company, and all 3 of them can bat, but he wouldn't put much money on them. Batting through for 63 overs. Lamb in and bowls to Gregory, who plays that back up the pitch. It's a very pleasant day here at Hove. Not a big crowd, but a decent crowd. And looking forward to Sussex's first victory in the first division of the County Championship for nearly 10 years. Back in September 2015, shortly before they went down to Division 2. Lamb in bowls. Gregory playing around the front pad, out into the onside. Played one over-optimistic off-drive just before lunch, Lewis Gregory, but apart from that, he has been discretion and determination itself. He has 26 from 71 deliveries, which is not at all a typical Lewis Gregory innings, but he's got a good technique, well coached. Lamb in bowls, and Gregory drives that handsomely away through the offside. He won't get a boundary because Hudson Prentice will pick it up just inside the boundary away to our right. Gregory comes back for the second run, 210 for 7.
Some heartening sight for Sussex supporters, that of Ollie Robinson, who was out in the middle doing some bowling. We understand his foot injury is fine, and the talk around was actually he would have quite liked to have played in this game, but clearly not taking any risks. But he should be back for the game against Surrey on Friday.
Lamb to Gregory, and to run here, so Gregory will keep the strike. Well, he will keep the strike, assuming that Pretorius doesn't take a single off the last ball of the over. And I can't imagine that Gregory would be too eager to give up the strike. Interesting to see who comes on from the C end. It was James Coles bowling from this end before lunch with his slow left arm.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Finn Hudson Prentice with ball in hand so far.
No, that is a little odd. I hope that Finn's okay. Certainly picked up those 4 wickets, didn't he, on Friday?
Here's Lamb to Pretorius, who carves this away through the offside. Well, he has taken a single. Oh well. That was a typical Pretorius shot, firm-footed, with a nice swing of the bat. Didn't time it properly, but brings him a single, takes him on to 2 runs, 212 for 7 at the end of the first over after lunch.
Nice email in from Graham Barber. Thank you, Graham. Lovely to hear from you on Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, talking about Sussex and the declaration yesterday. And I think we'd mentioned in commentary on Saturday that there's been a habit down here at Hove in recent years of sides chasing big totals and very nearly getting over the line. And certainly there was one last year with Leicestershire when Louis Kim, with that remarkable innings of 243, that nearly won Leicestershire a game where they were chasing in excess of 400. But I think Sussex just wanted to bat and bat yesterday, didn't they? Just to put the game firmly out of Somerset's reach. It is going to be James Coles. Around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Pretorius, who's forward, plays down the track back to James Coles, and there is no run. Pretorius on 2, Gregory on 29. Coles in again. Bowls, cut away to backward point, fielded by Hudson Prentice, who is on the field. I'm with Angie. I'm a little surprised that Finn Hudson Prentice hasn't bowled, and others, Tom Clark and notably Danny Lamb, have bowled ahead of Finn Hudson Prentice. Let's hope he's okay. In comes Coles. Oh, that kept low. Has he bowled him?
Not quite.
Oh, that
very
kept,
nearly.
That kept very low. Very low. It almost shot through. We haven't seen too much of that. And very, very nearly. Were they signalled as runs?
I think so. Yeah.
They were. Yeah,
got
goes
a bottom
to 3.
edge on it.
Yeah, I thought for a minute I expected to see the bails fly, but Pretorius survives.
Ooh, didn't miss the stumps by very
Didn't
much
it?
watching on the replay. I was just about to say, I think crowding the bat in the way that John Simpson was doing for that last delivery to Pretorius is a very good way to go, because he'll want to scatter the close field as if he possibly can. Coles to...
Oh, sorry.
No, it's your over.
Well, we can both commentate at the same time. It's the last day of the match. Played in front of him by Lewis Gregory. He's on 29, 213 for 7. Coles around the wicket, bowls, and Gregory defends into the offside. There is no run. Is that the end of the over? No, one more ball to go in this.
They're trying to... the field are converging in order to keep Gregory down at that end so they can bowl at Pretorius.
Coles in again. Bowls. Ooh, now that turned again. Now whether that turned out of a footmark or whether that was, genuine turn, we'll see. Taken by John Simpson. There is no run. End of the over. 213 for 7. Pretorius 3. Gregory 29. James Coles 6 overs 1 maiden and no wicket for 11. The weather, well, it's quite cloudy on the south coast today. But as the weather forecast is to be believed, and we hope it is, no rain forecast. Although that doesn't seem to be the case, and that'll be a shame if we get much rain over Easter, because there should be a couple,
Doesn't look very good for next weekend.
No, there should be some big crowds here next weekend for the Surrey game over Easter. Just hope that the weather forecast is wrong, or we avoid it here on the south coast.
Lamb then to bowl to Pretorius, who plays that up the offside. Although both of our counties have got tough games next weekend.
Yep.
Surrey at the Oval, and Somerset have got Hampshire at the Utilita Bowl.
Yeah,
I was guilty of the unworthy thought when I looked at the weather forecast last night, of thinking, oh well, we might get out of that one with a draw. As Lamb is in and bowls, and this is stroked into the offside without any timing by Pretorius, but he'll pick up a single, moves on to 4, 214 for 7. Hampshire have hard to beat at the Utilita Bowl.
Yes.
Somerset have not got a good record against them in recent years.
And the former Sussex skipper Ben Brown in charge.
Yeah, very much
In
so.
Hampshire.
Doing a good job.
Yeah, and they'll be looking to hang on at the Oval today. They're currently 123 for 4 against Surrey, needing another 254 to win. Well, that's not going to happen, but I think if Hampshire feel they get out of there with a draw, having won their first game against Yorkshire, they'd have had a decent start to the season.
Lamb in and bowls to Gregory. Played with the onside. Yeah, it's an interesting form line, isn't it? Because Hampshire, having beaten Yorkshire have now absolutely hammered Worcestershire.
Yes.
And Worcestershire kept Somerset at bay. So I'm not quite sure where that leaves Somerset. Well, I'm fairly sure, actually, which is bottom of the pile. Lamb down the hill in bowls, and Gregory goes for an airy-fairy drive at a ball outside the off-stump. Same sort of delivery that accounted for Tom Abell, although Abell wasn't playing a drive, he was playing a sort of back cut, looking to run the ball down to third man. And that man, Tom Alsop, standing with his hands in his pockets at first slip, took the catch. Gregory this time plays a much more solid looking forward defensive shot.
People I know quite fancy Durham for the county championship this season. They lost last week, but they could well win this week. They've got Warwickshire 95 for 5. Wicket shared. I mean, they've got a good attack, haven't they, Durham? Ben Rain has picked up 3 wickets, and Matthew Potts, who I think is an excellent bowler, he's picked up 2.
There's Lamb and bowls, and that's well fielded by Daniel Hughes at short mid-on, which means that James Coles, assuming he will continue, and I think he's going to continue from the end, will have... Oh no, I'm not sure. Yes, he will.
Yes, he is.
Yes, it is. He'll have Pretorius to bowl at.
Well, 10 overs to go until a new ball is available. I'd imagine there's no reason for Sussex not to take it, so I expect we may see Jaden Seals thundering in down the hill. The other game in the First Division looks to be heading for a draw. Notts 375 for 9 at Trent Bridge, leading Essex by 355. In comes Coles, and Pretorius played that very late. And the ball bounced on the leg side, fielded by Tom Alsop, who's under the helmet at short leg. There is no run. There's a slip and a silly mid-off as the sun tries to break through. Coles in again. Bowles stretching forward is Pretorius, plays him to the offside. He was looking for a single, but it wasn't there, and Lewis Gregory very quickly sent Pretorius back.
He'll want to scatter those close fielders for Pretorius. 4 of them crouched down.
Coles in again, Bowles. Oh, has he bowled him? Well, for the second time, I wonder whether he bowled him. I mean, it's actually gone for 4 byes. And there was an appeal from James Coles. I'm not entirely sure what the appeal was for, because byes have been signalled, so clearly didn't hit the bat.
LBW, I suppose.
And from the umpire's point of view, clearly didn't hit the pad either.
Ooh.
218 for 7.
A bad shout, actually. But he, as you say, he's given it as byes, which suggests it didn't hit the bat.
Comes Coles. Bowles forward comes Pretorius, plays onto the onside, and there is no run.
It doesn't give much of an impression of permanence out there at the moment, Miguel Pretorius.
No.
This is not his natural game.
Coles. Pretorius defends and looks a little uncomfortable defending as well. As Anthony was saying, plays down the onside of the pitch. There is no run. I can't see from the angle where John Simpson is. Are there 2 slips in there?
Yeah, 2.
Well, there are 2. I can't quite see, but yeah, I can see him now, crouching down. 2 slips, a short leg and a silly mid-off. Coles in again. Bowles, quick delivery from James Coles that Pretorius works down to mid-on, fielded by Jack Carson. There is no run. End of the over, 218 for 7. Pretorius on 4, Gregory on 29. Briefly in the second division, Glamorgan 184 for 3, leading Gloucestershire by 23. So looks to be heading for a draw at Bristol. Lancashire 242 for 3 in their second innings, following on against Northamptonshire. So still trailing Northants by 26. I'm not sure who's in the runs there. Let's have a quick look. Josh Bohannon, 120 not out. And in the final game, Derbyshire are 68 for 2, still needing another 381 to beat Leicestershire. So it looks like the rain hasn't arrived. There was a bit of rain about today, but so far we seem to be playing everywhere. As Lamb is in.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Don't worry. We've got a delay because John Simpson's readjusting his equipment.
Yeah. Yes, just looking at some comments on Facebook about the Somerset performance, which hasn't gone down very well with the Somerset faithful, I think it'd be fair to say. Lamb in and Bowles. And this is in the air and not quite a chance, I don't think.
No, don't get quite carried, was my feeling.
But
not far off.
Reached Danny Lamb on the half volley. And Gregory just playing a little bit early at that. Just watch that. No, I don't think it wasn't a chance, but very nearly a chance. Lamb again. Bowles. Gregory cuts, and that will be 4 runs. I'm not sure that's entirely where he was aiming. I think he was aiming more at a deep backward point. It went over the boundary at wide third man, but it brings him 4 runs. Takes the score on to 2-2-2 for 7. Gregory on to 33. Is that the police helicopter or the air ambulance?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's one or two is going right across the ground. I think Mark Robinson is coming in a couple of moments' time, so we can have a natter. Just seen him making his way around the ground, so we'll have a natter for a quarter of an hour with Mark.
Lamb to Gregory. Oh, appeal for LBW as Gregory goes for a pull shot. It was quite short, that from Lamb, hence the shot from Gregory, and for my money that was too high.
Yeah.
Very optimistic appeal.
He'd have probably pulled that over the pavilion if he'd have connected.
Again, I'm not entirely sure it's the shot that fits the circumstances. 3 close catchers now close in on the onside, one of whom, Daniel Hughes, is just retreating, in fact, to a more conventional mid-on position. We've got 2 short mid-wickets, 2 slips, 3 saving, 1 on the offside. Lamb bowls to Gregory and plays that to James Coles, who's the straighter of the 2 short mid-wickets, as the helicopter disappears away to the as Gregory plays this into the offside. Here comes Mark Robinson, so I will vacate, and Mark Robinson will join Adrian Harms.
Thank you, Anthony. 2-22 for 7. Gregory on 33, Pretorius on 4. Sussex needing just 3 more wickets to record their first win here in the county championship in the First Division for 10 years. Someone who will remember that game is Mark Robinson, who's sitting next to us. Hello, Mark. Good to see you.
Hello. Good to be here.
Great to see you. Much to catch up on as James Coles comes in from the C end of the ground, comes in and bowls to Pretorius, who thumps that to mid-off. There is no run. The last game they won here was against Middlesex, and you'd remember it because Chris Jordan hit a 6 to win the game.
Was it against Warwickshire?
Warwickshire, I'm sorry, Warwickshire, against Warwickshire. Why have I got Middlesex in my mind? In comes Coles, bowls, hammered down the ground, no mid-on, and that's 4 runs to Pretorius, who goes to 8, and Somerset to 226 for 7. Yeah, Sussex won, it was by 1 wicket as well.
Yeah, it was, and he was with Matt Hobden, who's obviously sadly deceased. Little last wicket partnership on a wicket that was a bit fruity.
A fruity hove track. We've lost the ball, actually. It's come down under the covers here, and Jack Carson is scrabbling away under the covers to try and find it. It's good of you to come and have a chat, Mark, because obviously you're not at Warwickshire anymore. You've come back to Sussex. What's your role down here, Mark?
Well, I haven't really got a defined role. I think Farby, I just met with Farbs and he said come and do a bit of consultancy for a couple of months and see where we get to. So, from time with the second team, time with the academy, time with the first team, perhaps the girls, just to be there and spread a bit of wisdom and a bit of listen and everything else. So it's been great fun so far. It's obviously joining the club back at a lovely time. There's a great spirit and a bit of momentum behind everybody, and obviously hopefully we can be on the right side of a result today.
You're clearly enjoying your couple of months or whatever down here.
Yeah, and look, not being charged is a blessing as well. So obviously, just coaching again, pure coaching without the agendas that you sometimes get with selection and contracts that can get in the way. And just you have different conversations with players because you're not picking the team and you're not deciding their futures.
And is that quite nice just to be back doing what you enjoy coaching? And
yeah, look, I love being in charge. Done it for 21 years, so it's nice to have a breather really to watch another very, very good head coach operate and as I say, support people like James Kirtley, Ash Wright, who's a young coach, really good young coach as well. So, as well as the players.
James Coles, they've retrieved the ball from under the covers, comes in and bowls to Pretorius, who swings this one high, wide and handsome. Well, he didn't quite time it, in all honesty, but the ball is running toward... I don't think it's going to get there, actually. It's coming towards the boundary edge. Well done, Jack Carson. He chases it down, and Pretorius comes back for 3. Well, Anthony Gibson was saying he thought that Pretorius wouldn't hang around too long, and he goes to 11, the total to 229 for 7. What's your feeling in terms of the state of the game, Mark? I mean, you'd think that Sussex are going to win, but
Well, the second new ball to come, obviously they can get one more before that. That would be a real bonus, but you hope that second new ball can make a bit of an impact. There's no Hunty, unfortunately, got a bit of an injury in his bowling arm, but you hope that second new ball with the difference that can wrap this game up, because it'd be thoroughly deserved.
James Coles around the wicket coming to bowl to Lewis Gregory, who pads up outside of the off stump, taken neatly by John Simpson behind the stumps, and there is no run.
Somerset have a particularly annoying tail, though, with people like Leach. He can bat time as well at number 11, so you can't take anything for granted.
Coles in again around the wicket, bowls and nudged onto the onside as a chase for Jaden Seals, backward of square on the leg side, and it allows Lewis Gregory to go through for a single. He goes to 34, 230 for 7, and everybody was watching last week in that game between Somerset and Worcestershire, because it can be done, Mark.
Yeah, that's right. Obviously it was a great rearguard action, 200 overs, isn't it? But there's probably a little bit more life in this wicket, and you hope to say that second new ball. But as I say, you can't take anything for granted. They can all bat these Somerset batters.
In comes Coles, bowls and played very straight down the ground by Pretorius, fielded by Danny Lamb. It is the end of another over. James Coles, 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 20. Somerset 231 for 7. Pretorius on 12. Gregory is on 34, and we've still got another 57 overs to go. What's most impressed you about Sussex since you come back working around the squad, Mark?
Well, I think firstly, I've been away since 2015. Obviously, you still see it as your club. Spent a long time here, but it's the feel. There's such a good feel from Sam the gateman to the groundsman to Farbs and the players. There's just a lovely feel. Colin Bowley, people like that. This is a people's club. I think if you can look after the people, you get that right, it's always got a good chance. And they've got some outstanding young players and some very, very good players like Ollie Robinson.
Danny Lamb comes in and bowls to Pretorius, who plays down the track. There is no run. And how important, because when Paul came, there's been a number of promising young players here for a number of years, Mark, but the feeling was you needed some old, Varby called them old pros. That's what they needed around them.
Yeah, you got to learn off somebody. The game is the best teacher, and you learn out there, but you need people to learn off to talk you through situations.
Lamb in and bowls, drives into the offside. They'll take a single. Jaden Seals is very quickly round from mid-off, throws. He misses the stumps. Impossible to tell from here how close that was. It was close-ish, but Seals didn't hit the stumps, and they go through for a single.
Pajama comes in, and then Hughes, etc., John Simpson and Lammy. You just bring in some older players, good players as well. And as I say, it just gives that little bit of help to you. Your Tom Haynes and etc. Just allow them to grow and breathe at times.
John Simpson standing up to the stumps, and talking about Tom Haynes, he's now sprinting away from his slip position to cover. So we just got 2 slips in place. Simpson standing up to the stumps as Danny Lamb makes his way in from the Cromwell Road end. In and bowls and nudged down towards third man by Lewis Gregory, and he's going to pick up another boundary.
Yeah, some might say edged, you might say nudged, depending if you're the bowler or the batter.
He goes to 38. The total 236 for 7. Talk a bit about John Simpson, a player you would have known well from your time around the circuit when he was at Middlesex, and his attributes and what he's brought here.
Well, he's brought experience, that's the first thing, but he's brought a lot of runs. I think you often get that sometimes when you've got an older player with what I call a young heart, and they bring all that experience but that desire to learn and still play, you can get some outstanding results, and that's what you're getting out of John Simpson at the moment.
Lamb in bowls, and Gregory's back on his stumps and turns that through point and picks up another single. Lewis Gregory, he goes to, I think, has that already gone up? He goes to 39, the total to 237 for 7. But I think when his signing was announced, I think everyone at home felt it was a bit of a coup for Sussex.
Well, look, he's a good player in both formats, T20 as well, and as I say, there was a need for that experience. Older head in there as well, but I think the captaincy just probably brought his game to another level, and he's probably playing the best cricket of his life, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure he would say that, and I haven't asked him that, but he looks very still at the crease and playing with confidence, scoring every week just about.
Lamb in bowls and driven through the offside by Pretorius. He picks up 1. Tom Haynes chases back 1 more to the total. The total largely irrelevant, 238 for 7. It's the wicket column which is the important one, because Somerset's still needing another 357, which pretty almost certainly isn't going to happen unless we get an innings like we saw from Louis Kimber down here last year.
Yeah, never say never, do you? I think that if whatever happens here, man of the match is a groundsman. It's been an outstanding surface. What a great cricket wicket this has been.
Comes Lamb on bowls, and forward comes Gregory, playing into the offside. There is no run. End of the over, 2:38 for 7. Gregory 39, Pretorius on 14. And it's interesting you mentioned that, because it's something Paul Farbrae spoke a lot about last year, about wickets and bringing slips into play, leaving a little bit of grass on the track as well. Yeah,
and it's a good balance, because you know the ball's turn as it's gone on today and yesterday. I wouldn't say it's arranging Bunsen or anything else like that, but all the bowlers feel they've got a chance, which is good. It did quite a bit on the first day, a little bit less on the second day. Spinners starting to come into it day 3 and 4. It's a perfect balance. Runs have scored, nicks have carried, etc. So it's been brilliant.
James Cole's coming in for his 9th over of the innings. Comes in and bowls, and played by Pretorius out into the covers, no run. Is it a case of just patience here for Sussex, Mark?
Well, it is, and I think for Pretorius, I think you can have a couple of scouts out, and I think he said he'll play his shots.
Cole's in again. Pretorius defends from the crease. Tumbling stop by Tumblesop is in at short leg. There are 2 slips in place, a silly mid-off and a short leg. Cole's again. In and bowls, and forward comes Pretorius, plays into the onside.
Yeah, there's a difference between being patient, but you've got to have intent. Not saying we haven't. You've got to have intent to get them out all the time and be clever, and how you're trying to do it. And as I say, sometimes that slightly in-out feels takes away the slogger's chance.
Pretorius waits as Coles, he watches that one go by outside the offside. The odd one seems to have turned
it has,
this morning.
Yeah, no, it has, and yesterday. Coles is getting the odd one to turn, and then the odd one skids on, which keeps both edges in play.
And comes Coles again, and Pretorius is back, rocks back, and good shot.
Yeah, tad unlucky at times. He had that, he's gone over the stumps twice. I think the only disappointment today, obviously, with Hunt, his injury, but the 2 drop catches.
Yes.
I think if it wasn't for that, we'd probably be, maybe sat in the cricketers now.
Yeah, we might be. Harrison Ward and Finn Hudson-Prentice putting down chances this morning. In comes James Coles again, bowls, and Pretorius is back, and this time there is a fielder out on the boundary edge, who is Finn Hudson-Prentice, who prevents a boundary, but it's still a single. The total goes to 243 for 7. Gregory on 39, Pretorius on 19. Were you one of those who was up to 1 o'clock this morning watching Rory McIlroy? Or?
No, I wasn't, I'm afraid. I'm not quite getting the golf mode. I'm more having sleepless nights about Hull City's big relegation battle against Coventry City tonight, where nobody wants to hear me going about Hull City, but where our 3rd top scorer is on goals, I'm sort of fearing the worst.
I think the last time I remember being at Edgbaston, I think it was, Sussex were playing. I'm sure Hull City were in the semi-finals of the FA Cup, and I popped up to the media room, and you were there with watching the cricket most of all, but with an eye on the semi-final.
I'm more than an eye on the semi-final, I tell you. Yeah.
I've been keeping an eye on the Championship. I didn't realise that they were in trouble.
Yeah, 2 points clear. Big game tonight. Coventry happens to be the form team. Anyway, meanwhile, Lammy into bowl.
Yeah, coming in from the Cromwell Road end, over the wicket and bowls, and driven by Pretorius into the offside. There is no run. He's on 19, 243 for 7.
I think if Sussex can pull this off today, it'd be a statement performance. It probably is anyway, because Somerset, one of the most outstanding teams in the last 5 years in the Championship, aren't they? Consistent in both formats. As I say, and their strength, and this is where you can't take it for granted, it is, they've got a very, very strong low order. They play a lot of all-rounders, and they all come back as well. So it's about finishing it off now.
Just a change in the field here, Mark. They're bringing up the fine leg to mid-wicket. They've got sort of a very straight, short, almost like a circular field. This is quite interesting, isn't it? They've always got...
Yeah. Trying to get him to drive on the up, straight fields, and hopefully one just holes, it gets there a bit early and it lobs up to the 2 mid-wickets or 2 covers.
Danny Lamb in bowls, and forward comes Pretorius, plays down the track. There is no run, because it's not an easy start to the season for Sussex. A trip to Edgbaston, Somerset here, Surrey here, then up to Trent Bridge as well.
Yeah,
so to get a win would be...
Well, even if it's not a win, and you hope it is from here, to be able to boss 4 days, which is what has happened, as I say, it's a statement performance. Probably had a little bit of luck when Overton didn't make it, but obviously we're missing Ollie Robinson as well, who's been the talisman of last year.
Lamb is in bowls. Pretorius is solidly forward, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. I think actually we don't want to count our chickens here, but I think if Sussex do win, it doesn't matter what happens elsewhere. I think they might be top of the pile tonight.
That'd be outstanding, won't it? And it's, as I say, it's just a testament to a lot of hard work that's gone over the last few years. It's never one thing that equals something like that. It's time from John Philby, the chairman, Farby, the players.
Lamb is in bowls and defended by Pretorius too. Mid-off, there is no run.
But it's only game 2, isn't it? And
yes.
Farby won't let anybody get carried away.
No.
You work hard. You've got the champions coming next week, and that'll be a great test of where you are as a team.
And it does feel different in the first division in terms of in the second division. You feel you've got to win matches. You're not going to get out if you draw games. But draws, as at Edgbaston last week, you can get a good haul of points. In comes Lamb and bowls, and forward is Pretorius into the offside, no run.
Yeah, look, teams fight longer in Division 1. I think it's there's obviously stronger attacks, but it's the biggest difference is the resilience that teams will show. You look at Worcester, it's 200 overs, not to give in to get those 4 points, and they'll fight longer. As you say in Division 2, you're chasing victories all the time, and sometimes you subconsciously, especially in mid-season, and you're not going to go up, you haven't got that desire to fight as long.
Lamb in bowls, and Pretorius just steers this through the offside. They picked up one, Finn Hudson-Prentice fields, and it's one more to the total. Another over drifts by, does it? Yes, it does.
And John Simpson there just trying to keep Pretorius on strike. The first 4 balls, all the field was up. Last 2 balls of the over, he just lets a couple of pickets go, scouts, so he go back onto the outfield and into the deep, and it allows Pretorius to turn that single over. And then Coles has got him on strike for this over, and he hopes he does something rash, and the ball goes straight in the air, and you're one step closer.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a change of bowling actually. I think they're going to bring Jack Carson back into the attack from this C end of the ground. How big is the gap between Division 1 and Division 2, Mark?
I think the biggest gap is in mentality. Of course, there's a gap. There's a gap in every division. That's in every sport, isn't there? That's the higher one. But it's the mentality, as I say. It's that ability to want to fight. The taxes, as I say, the 3rd and 4th change are a little bit stronger. The lower orders seem to be as well. There is. But what you can't be is overawed by it. You've got to stand and go toe to toe, which is what the moment Sussex have been.
Jack Carson back into the attack. His 20th over of the innings. He's in on bowls and driven across the line by Pretorius. He's looking to thump that away through the offside. Didn't time it. The ball dribbles out to mid-wicket. There is no run.
And look plays a little bit part of it, whether you get your right key players fit at the right time, whatever division you're in. And the moment they've been last year, Sussex were lucky, weren't they? They had Ollie a lot, and
yes.
Sales staying fit, and then McAndrew was an outstanding signing, and he came in and fitted in well.
In comes Castle Bowls, and it's driven, very nicely driven as well, by Pretorius through extra cover for 4 runs. Gave that a bit of air, Jack Carson, which I guess he can do. He's got licence to do that.
And he's a very aggressive field. He's only got 3 people on the offside, so he's trying to make him drive through there. He gets that one fractionally full, but he's trying to invite that drive and hopefully gets one to grip, goes through the gate, brings short leg or the stumps into play. I think on another day, obviously, you'd have one of those fielders on the far side just giving a bit more protection, but the runs we've got allows him to be aggressive with the field.
In comes Carson over the wicket, bowls and driven again, and that's going to be 4 more. There's a big gap between backward point and mid-off, so plenty of room, and just ease through the covers by Pretorius. He's very quickly moved on to 28, and Somerset to 250. Is it 252, Mark? I think it is. I need to get my glasses tested. 252 for 7.
And he's split his finger a little bit, Cars, as well, so that grip on the ball won't be as easy. He went off just to get it. He was bleeding before lunch, so he just tried to get it sorted out. He's bought a lot of overs, and when you haven't quite used to that volume, that can often happen, your finger splits.
Here comes Carson bowls, and Pretorius plays a strange shot. I think he was looking to repeat the shot, but he ended up sort of pulling the ball onto the leg side most unconvincingly.
I look, the ball spin. He's trying to hit through that offside gap, which is what Carson is trying to attempt, and it grips, and lucky for him, it didn't go anywhere to endanger him.
Carson in bowls, Pretorius defends into the offside. Obviously, we'll find out later from Paul Farbrace about Sean Hunt. I mean, we're presuming he's not going to take the field today, Mark.
No, and it was a shame. I haven't seen a lot of him, but it was like I said to Farbs last night. It's like watching an international bowler. You know, he's strong and he's big, isn't he? Good pace, getting bounced that no other bowler has got out of this game so far. He's been impressive, so there'll be fingers crossed it won't be anything long term.
In comes Castle and Bowles, played out to the offside and picks up a single. Does Pretorius? He goes to 29, 253 for 7 at the end of the over. Jack Carson, 20 over 6 maidens, no wicket for 44. Is it the first time you'd seen him bowl competitively, Mark?
I saw him in the pre-season friendlies, obviously, but yeah, in a game with that count as such. Look, and he's a young man finding his way as well, isn't it? Getting stronger and more confident as the season goes on. But that, you know, he's been impressive because it's his consistency, his pace. But he's a big unit, and when he gets over that front leg, the bounce he gets, you know, he's been disconcerting for quite a few of the batters, and he's been a standout bowler.
I've had an email in from, actually it's one for Anthony, which we'll bring Anthony in shortly to have a natter as well, and he can answer the email. It's from John Pulsford, who's over near Dublin, would you believe, as in comes Daddy Lamb, comes in and bowls and driven by Pretorius. Nice looking shot through the offside. He's going to pick up at least a couple of runs as Jaden Sills goes racing back to field. I imagine there's no reason why Sussex won't take the new ball.
No, they'll
when
take
it's available.
that new ball straight up. I was actually just thinking if that was me bowling, I might be having a little bit of a dirty Paddington burst there to Tom Haynes as he dived over that ball. But I think I might have been a grumpy fast bowler. But no, the new ball, you grab that new ball as you can. It's coming a bit cloudy. It could do with the lights coming on because we know that makes a difference as well to movement.
255 for 7. In comes Lamb running in and bowls and clipped away by Pretorius to mid-wicket, fielded by Harrison Ward. And there is no run. They didn't have the lights here last year, Mark.
No.
Did that
go down well?
No, it didn't.
No, I didn't expect it to. At least they've got them this year as well.
Yeah,
so.
there was a lot of debate about it. When Sussex, because I think at the beginning of the season you say either lights or no lights, and if it's no lights, that's it for the season.
That's it, you're committed, aren't you?
But this year we can have lights. As in comes Lamb and bowls, and Pretorius defends down the onside of the track.
And for whatever reason, it does make a difference. The ball does seem to do a little bit more under lights. And so obviously, what you want to be on the right side of that little bit of luck and out there bowling when it happens. But we miss a lot of cricket because of the weather, so anything that gives us a chance still to be out there keeping the game moving forward is a good thing.
Lamb on his way in and bowls and pulled away. That was too short really, and that was meat and drink really for Pretorius. Pulled it through the leg side for 4. He goes to 35.
Tried a little off cutter there, little slow ball again, trying to make him be too early on a shot and go to those 4 catches in front of the bat, but he just drags it down. Gets his length wrong and easy pickings, especially with nobody back.
Alan has been in touch. He says, "Good afternoon, Adrian. This is looking ominous now. I'm dreading a draw. Keep the faith, Alan." He says he's just off to the cinema. You've got to be listening to us. In comes Lamb again. 2 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and a nice looking shot by Pretorius. He's back and plays with good timing through the offside.
It's a very good shot, but it's gone in the air between those 2 fielders. So I think that's what you're looking for. A good shot, slightly aerial, bit early on it, and it could be out. But it's a good shot. Look, he's a good player. He's a dangerous player as well, and that's, as I say, and we know the next 2 to come as well can bat time as well. That's why you can't. I'm not quite sure. Hopefully it'll be all over by the time he's finished his popcorn in a cinema. But we do know we can't take anything for granted.
He's going to see the new Minecraft movie. I've no idea what that is.
Yeah, it must have children.
262 for 7. In comes Lamb again. Over the wicket bowls. Pretorius is forward. Plays into the offside. There is no run. Another over drifts by. Another over closer to the new ball. 78 overs gone. 262 for 7 here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Somerset. Myself, Adrian Harms, talking to the former Sussex head coach, Mark Robinson. Great to have Mark in the commentary box with us. Jaden Sills, I don't know how much of him you'd seen. How impressed have you been with him?
Well, look, I think he's been a little bit unlucky in the game and he's got better as a game, but what an absolute diamond as a person. I mean, he's only 23, but he's just such an outstanding individual. He adds a lot to the group. He's funny, he joins in, he's sociable, and obviously a top bowler, and he's got promise in that batting as well. Look, there's not anything I haven't been impressed with since I've been back. I've just enjoyed the players, and as I say, Fabs he's signed well. I think one of the things he's done the last couple of years, he's signed well, and it's, as we said before, it's added to these players of high ceiling that the club has already got. I mean, I didn't realise how good Colsey was as well. You know, that's a talented young man, and we can sometimes talk about promise too much because people have to go and produce. But again, he's another player with a big high ceiling.
Jack Carson is going to bowl the 79th over of the innings from this, the C end of the ground. He comes in and bowls, and Pretorius, who's had a lot of the strike, he's on 38 of 49 balls, plays that pass slip.
Bounces, isn't it? But I think every ball you can just see Jack looking at his finger. He's not comfortable with it.
What's particularly impressed you about James Cole's, Mark?
It's just his talent.
Carson in bowls and thumped through extra cover for 4 runs. He's played that shot on a few occasions.
Yeah, as I say,
nice shot.
He's inviting that shot, hoping one just grips, but cost him a few runs at the moment. Like Cole, he's just talented, and he plays on the front foot as well. I think sometimes he's going to leave you a bit frustrated how he gets out, maybe thinking he's left a few runs out there, but he'll learn that. But he bowls, he catches, and as I say, he wants to keep the game moving when he bats.
Carson in again, bowls, and Pretorius doesn't time this. He plays it to mid-on, and Daniel Hughes is quickly round from mid-on to field. There's one more to the total. Pretorius to 43, 267 for 7.
Jack Carson says he's 24 as well. For a spinner, it's young. So look, as I say, they're in a good place. Like any team, just keep going back to, you've got to keep your best players fit. You know, they want Hughes and Ollie Robinson, etc., to be playing majority of the games, because that gives you that stability. The younger ones keep growing around. Carson
in bowls. Short. Well, he looks to play that on the leg side. It must have hit the pad, I presume, and the ball bounces out on the onside. Looked a little high, but there is no run. And good to see Ollie Robinson out at lunchtime, actually.
Yeah, look, he made a real big bid to play the last game.
Did he?
Yeah, he was frustrated. He wasn't allowed to, but
Carson played the offside, no run.
Sorry, sense and sensibility. Sort of won the day in the end. I think that a bit of the fear was if he makes it worse and he ends up missing the next 2 games.
Yeah,
it would have been. But it was lovely to see his desire to be out there and wanting to play and try and help his club.
Carson, the sun makes a fleeting appearance across the ground, and Carson in bowls. Forward comes Gregory, plays into the offside, into the hands of the silly Miroff. There is no run. The overs are rattling by. It means there's only one more over until what could be the decisive part of the match, when the new ball will, as Mark will say, be taken. 267 for 7. Pretorius 43. Gregory on 39. Was it the physio who sort of had the final word on that? But
well, I think it's a chat between Ollie, the captain, Farby, physio, etc., about what is the right thing to do. But it's not my job to be involved in that. I just love the fact when players want to play. You're having to hold them back as opposed to them looking for an excuse to miss a game. And just going back to the new ball that's due any second I think sometimes we think about the seamers, what the spinners will get as well. They'll get a wicket that will just purchase a new ball that will purchase a little bit more and bounce a little bit more. So it gives hope and promise to everybody out there. But it'd be an important passage from Somerset. They'll be looking to get through the next hour and win that, and then they'll really start to get their hopes going in the right direction.
James Cole's coming around the wicket, bowls and hammered away down the ground by Pretorius for, I'm presuming that's 4 runs. I lost flight of the ball. In fact, he's gone all the way for 6. That was a big hit straight down the ground.
Yeah, he's a good striker of a ball. He's a dangerous batter.
Anthony said that he would. He likes to get on with it. He goes to 49 off 53, 273 for 7. Men clustered around the back. There are 2 slips, a silly mid-off and a short leg, as James Cole's around the wicket in and bowls. And Pretorius plays that to Hudson Prentice at backward. Haven't seen anything of Finn today. Is he struggling with anything?
No, I think he'll take the new ball now.
I
think the captain just had a bit of a punt on Clarkey this morning. He nearly got a wicket, didn't he?
He did.
So I think he'll take the new ball up the hill.
Cole's in bowls. Pretorius plays to Finn Hudson Prentice at backward point. Again, there is no run. Total remains 273 for 7. Just looking at Jaden Seals at mid-off. I'm sure he'll be racing down the hill as comes Coles in and bowls and nurdled round the corner by.
It's not far away that to the inside edge. Looking to defend that down the ground, and it runs on, skids on inside edge and straight to that 45 man. That just needs to miss the pad, and Coles will be in the game.
He's in again. The men around the back go down in and bowls. Pretorius again is back and plays down the onside of the track. James Coles feels this could well be the last ball with this ball, and we're expecting the new ball to be taken for the next over. James Coles pauses at the end of his run, comes in around the wicket, bowls. Pretorius plays into the offside. They think about a single, it isn't there. At the end of the over, 273 for 7, 49. Pretorius 39 to Gregory. James Coles has bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 31. Interesting you talk about the players that Sussex supporting. You know, when you were a head coach in your time here and Warwickshire, and when you've been around England, how important is sort of due diligence in terms of bringing players into clubs and knowing a little bit about them, not just their cricket ability, but their ability to fit in around a group?
Yeah, look, you want them to add to the group, and you want them to give you something maybe that you haven't got. And sometimes, like when we were at Warwickshire, you know, Farby was big on signing Alex Davis because you wanted somebody who's a bit more spiky, somebody who would bring a bit more aggression and energy to the middle. So you have different criteria. Sometimes you want somebody who'll bring you calmness and just experience, but it's not sometimes just their runs and wickets. You want things that they add to it. And sometimes you're after a young player because you see the potential in him in the future. It's not an exact science at all, but you try and do the best homework you can. You ask a lot of people about their personality and get as much background as you can on them, and obviously then you've the statistical side of it as well as the technical side, but it's that person side. You need them to fit into your club, your culture.
Well, you were spot on. It is going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice. I presume the new ball has been taken. I didn't see the umpire hold it up because I was talking to Mark, but in comes Hudson-Prentice. Bowls, and it's helped away that first ball outside the off stump to Lewis Gregory, who sort of uppercuts the ball down to third man for a boundary. He goes to 43, the total 277 for 7. Did they take the new ball, fellas?
I think so. I think it's just swung a little bit early. Balls, sometimes when they come out the wrapper, they're a little bit greasy and it swings and flies out of his hand a little bit early, and he's like you said, he just slashed it away over the slips. Just looking for one mistake, and that's what you've got to hold your nerve as a fielding team. It's just that one mistake. From Somerset's point of view, the new ball will also give opportunities to score because it will come on the bat a bit easier. 4
slips go down. Hudson-Prentice is in over the wicket. Bowls, and down the leg side, taken low down by John Simpson. And there is no run. Of all the signings you made down here at Sussex down the years, which is the one that you're proudest of? Or
well, look, we had Joffre, didn't we? And you don't. I always say you don't earn your money signing something like Joffre. They're easy to spot. Somebody like Chris Jordan, who was released by Surrey. Ollie Robinson worked out pretty well. Phil Salt worked out pretty well. Maybe not in my time. He came on after, didn't he? He was just a young lad when we signed him.
Hudson-Prentice in and bowls, let go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run.
Look, there's lots, from the impact that Steve McGoffin made. I'm speaking off the top of my head, Ed Joyce. I remember courting Ed Joyce for about 2 years. We sent in the chairman then, Jim May, Irish Jim, had an Irish wife, and getting them to meet Ed and trying to do all the charm we could about why Ed should join us and not Knox. Montepanasar was an interesting signing,
In comes Hudson-Prentice, up the hill, bowls, played into backward point, there is no run.
They all don't work out, but you hope you do. As I say, the ones that, I think things like Chris Jordan, when I think his previous coach at Surrey said that he was a type of player who gets you to sack, and then you see him prosper to what he became for us. And it was just a shame he got into the whiteboard team as much as he did for England, because he was a hell of a red ball player for us.
He was fantastic down here.
Yeah, he bowled some quick spells and everything, didn't he?
He was absolutely fabulous, Chris Jordan, when he was here at Hove. Got an update coming in a moment. In comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls, let go outside the off stump. There is no run. I remember when Steve McGoffin came over as well. I didn't know an awful lot about Steve McGoffin, and he made his debut up at Liverpool. I don't know if it was absolutely freezing. Grand National weekend.
Absolutely.
And I think he took 9 in the match.
Yeah, no, that's it. Look, he was outstanding performer, outstanding professional. And look, Timer Mills, we signed him in my last year, and unfortunately he played, I think, the first 3 championship games, had that back, and the club stuck with him, and he managed to become this outstanding England one-day international bowler, captain of Sussex.
Hudson-Prentice in bowls, and forward comes Gregory. The ball bounces in front of him. Tidy enough from Finn Hudson-Prentice. First over with the new ball, 277 for 7, and I'm sure we're going to see Jayden Seales. Yeah, he's just taking off his cap, roaring down the hill. I must admit, I loved commentating on Ed Joyce.
Oh, he was elegant, wasn't he?
Oh.
Elegant personified, yeah.
And he always just seemed to have so much time to play the ball. He was just wonderful to watch.
No, he was. He made batting look very, very easy and effortless. And I think the other thing that we're proud of as a club, you look at Ed Joyce, head coach of Ireland Women, done a great job getting them through. John Lewis went to be the bowling coach of England and England Women. Michael Yardy's England under-19. Pete Moore's obviously England, etc. Carl Hopkinson, I think he was England fielding coach. Now he's fielding coach for Mumbai Indians. Richard Housel, England fielding coach. This club has also helped produce some outstanding coaches, which has served the game as well. So, like Somerset, it's been historically a well-run club with a proud history of doing its bit, not just for local cricket, but for English cricket as well.
This could be the key part of this afternoon because Jayden Sills has got the ball in the hand. He's running down the hill, coming racing into bowl to Pretorius, who plays I thought that was an uncertain shot through the offside, but he picks up a boundary. Not the most convincing boundary.
It was flirty. It was swinging. It was flirty. It's how he plays, isn't it? Credit to him, but you just hope that flirt just goes straight to cover on another day.
And it is his half century, 53 off 59 balls. Apologies, I was slightly distracted then because we've got an update to do to the listeners on BBC Kent, Sussex and Surrey. So 4 slips, there's a point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. Jayden Sills running in down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. Sussex needing 3 more wickets to win. Pretorius 53 not out. He's in and bowls. Oh, that's an elegant shot. Doesn't quite time it as well as I thought initially, but he still picks up a couple of runs. Yes, and Sussex closing in on victory here at Hove, but they still got a little bit to do. Somerset now 283 for 7. They're being held up by Miguel Pretorius, who's 55 not out, and the skipper Lewis Gregory on 43. Jayden Sills already picked up a couple of wickets today. He's now bowling with the new ball, and Sussex will be hoping they can get the breakthrough to record their first win in the County Championship Division 1 for nearly 10 years. Meanwhile, at the Oval, Hampshire hanging on against Surrey. They're 152 for 4, still needing an unlikely 225 to win. And of course, Kent yesterday already 2 wins out of 2 after their win against Middlesex yesterday. So, Seals waits, Pretorius waits as well, having adjusted his glove. And Seals is in, racing in down the hill. In and bowls, and it's going to be another boundary.
Yeah, just letting his hands do the work, little bit of width, good shot. Yeah, causing a bit of damage here.
Yes.
Required run rate 6.41.
Well, it makes us think a little bit about the innings last year of Louis Kimber. I'm sure we're not going to get a repeat of that, but it was extraordinary, 240 odd.
Yeah, but it was. I can remember following that from Birmingham. We were watching it in the dressing room when all in fouled.
I think Ollie Robb went for 43 in one over there. It was an extraordinary innings.
Well, you wouldn't mind if it happened again, long as the same conclusion.
Well, yes, that's right.
And you win the game.
Yeah. I don't know if in the studio they could hear us. If they could turn off the clean feed, that'll be great. As in comes Jayden Sills, bowls to Pretorius, who's rocked back and jerks his head back, and the ball played out into the offside, no run.
It's on the full, lad, I think. It hasn't landed.
Was it?
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah, so a little bit of apologies from Jayden. I think so.
I just saw Jayden just sort of acknowledge something there, so yeah, maybe you're right.
See the replay coming in now. Yeah, it's on the full.
Is it?
Yeah, not a nice ball to get.
No.
You're looking for that 22 yards, and then suddenly it's on you.
Seals wheels round at the far end of the ground. The 4 slips go down. Jayden Sills is racing in. He's in and bowl. Oh, and he knocks the stumps out the ground. Well, if you're going to bowl somebody, that's the way to do it. That looks like the leg stump's gone cartwheeling out the ground. It was right up in the black hole, played across it. Pretorius has gone, the wicket has gone down, and that's the 8th wicket, and the new ball has done the trick.
He's done it straight away. I reckon he must have gone for the ball before, due to that, the high full toss. But in that time, he was right on the button, great Yorker, and it's great reward for the big man. Looks, it was well played. Pretorius, as I say, dangerous character. Just when everybody's getting a bit jittery, our friend who's gone to the cinema can eat his popcorn in peace now, and put his phone back in his pocket, feeling a bit better, and it's a well-deserved breakthrough for the agent.
Well, we were speculating, would it be another Louis Kimber innings? It isn't. 8 wickets down. A couple of emails come in. Richard in Malvern has been in touch. He says, I'm enjoying watching the cricket this afternoon while recuperating from a medical procedure. I hope that all goes well. I happen to be going down to Somerset tomorrow and will enjoy ribbing the many Somerset fans in the family. Regarding your earlier beer chat, we were talking about beer earlier on, Mark.
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
I'll hopefully be having a few Harveys this Saturday as I'm getting married in Lewes, which was mine and my fiance's hometown from birth to teenagers. All the best, Richard in Malvern. Well, many congratulations, and I hope you get a nice day on Saturday in Lewes for your wedding. And thank you for getting in touch. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. The new man coming out is Josh Davey.
I want to give the kiss of death to Josh Davey because I reckon he should open the batting at times for Somerset. He's been the most annoying low-order batter in my time at Warwickshire. And apparently I think he started as an opening batter actually when his time is Middlesex, but we used to absolutely dread him coming in because we felt he should be batting in the top three. So hopefully I can give him the kiss of death for this innings.
Well, we'll bring Anthony in a minute and he can talk a little bit about Josh Davey. There's an email here about Hull City, Mark, which I need to read. A couple of questions for your Somerset colleague. Before I went out to mow the lawn, you were talking about real ale. When I came back in, Hull City got a mention. Just break off for a minute. In comes Jaden Sills roaring in down the hill. Bowls to Josh Davey, who plays a very confident shot indeed. Clips that away. That's gone for six.
Yeah, there you go, you see. Talking him up. The opposite's meant to happen.
That was beautifully timed, just clipped away over backward square for 6 runs. First ball, they're going to show that again on the big screen.
That's a lovely shot, isn't it? Timing just runs it. It's not even a half volley, just picked it up a little bit early.
What a lovely shot.
We'll take that anyway, won't we? The wicket for the 6.
Yeah. So he says, should I reward myself for mowing the lawn with Exmoor Stag or Ringwood, Boone, Dong? Well, Anthony's the man for real ale, so he can give his verdict on those. And is it still the case that Hull City is the only team in the Football League that you can't colour in?
Well, they tell me so. I think so.
Right.
You have to try it.
In comes Hudson Prentice over the wicket. Bowls, let go outside the offside. There's a loud appeal. What was that for, Mark?
I think he's just clipped his pad on the way through. Bit of an LB appeal.
He says it's the only away side I've seen at 2 different stadia, Boothferry Crescent and the KC Stadium.
Boothferry Park, please, Adrian.
Is that right? Oh, he's written here. Boothferry Crescent. All right, okay. Yeah. I'll do this over, and we'll bring Anthony back in to natter to you, Mark.
Lovely. Just nip back that, and the hit was too high. Boys probably think the umpire owes one for the big rule decision last night that wasn't given.
Finn Hudson Prentice on his way again, in and bowls, and clipped away by Lewis Gregory, down to fine leg fielded by Jagan Seals, who's eagerly in from the boundary edge to get the new batsman on strike, who's Josh Davey. Finn Hudson Prentice, he actually played a game, I was noting, in that relegation season.
Yeah, we had obviously bad injury year hit that year.
Yeah.
Millsy went down, Shazad did his peck, Ollie Robinson, after that brilliant start he had, got injured, and yeah, Finney had a game. I think against Hampshire, not the easiest of the game, came into a team that was battling a little bit, but he's sort of reinvented himself, hasn't he? Had to go to the MCC, then to Derby, and he's a skillful cricketer now. Runs
away from us, up the hill, in and bowls to Davey, who's forward and punches that into the offside. There is no run. Yes, it was the game. In fact, I'd forgotten that he'd played a game in Division 1, and it reminded me when I interviewed him the other night. And I remember the game well because, Fidel Edwards was bowling at the speed of light down the hill.
Yeah, it was a bit unfair, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And not many people gave Ed Joyce the hurry up.
No. That whippy action, isn't he? Yeah. Finished the game in a rush.
He did, bowling from the Cromwell Road end. I remember. Can you believe that's 10 years ago? Where does the time go? Hudson Prentice in and bowls, and Davey lets that go through to keeper Simpson.
Cricketers get there in different ways. Finney came on the staff, and obviously I left and didn't quite work out for him after. And then he's out the game, and he goes to the MCC ground staff. Doesn't give up on his dreams. Steve Kirby, who's a bowling coach, great man of Somerset, does a lot of good work with him. He goes to Derby, Steve Kirby, and then he signs Finney. And only the next minute he's having a good career. Farby sees something in him and get him back, and look what's happening.
Comes in up the hill, bowls, and forward comes Josh Davey. Foot right to the pitch of the ball, plays it to mid-off, there is no run. And talk to my colleagues at Derby, he was very popular up there as well.
Yeah, look, I'm sure he's popular here. He's a lovely lad, and he gives it everything. Good fielder. I know he dropped one today, but one of the better fielders in the team. Bats balls, a lot to like. 4
slips in place. They've moved that cover fielder out there to allow the single.
Yeah, just hopefully keep him on strike as much as you can. Keep Gregory off the strike.
Hudson Prentice in, bowls and defends down the onside of the track.
Little do they know that I think he's their best batter, hiding at number 10.
That's right. Well, that was great, wasn't it? He's their best batter and he hits the first ball for 6. So, anyway, end of the over, 294 for 8. I'll bring Anthony in for a little natter to you, Mark. You can talk a little bit of Somerset as well. Do you want to take this headphone, Anthony, and then we'll move things around a bit. Are you all right to stay for a bit longer, Mark?
Yeah, no, I'll go till 9 down and I better go back for hopefully that won't be long. Not going to try to be too presumptuous. It's from my point of view, county cricket, this is what the 2 clubs playing today is what it's about, isn't it? Look, I've had a great time at Warwickshire and the big clubs, but the teams like Somerset and Sussex, where the most important thing at the ground is your team.
Absolutely. I was going to ask you about the future of county cricket and how you see it, but we'll come to that after this delivery from Jayden Seales, coming down the hill to Lewis Gregory, who's beaten by a good ball outside the
bounce. Yeah, look, Somerset have been outstandingly well run for the last, I don't know how many years, 10 years or whatever it is, and Sussex hopefully will be for the next 10 years as well. But it's, they mean a lot to their public, to their community as well.
Absolutely.
And county cricket has a great place to play, hasn't it?
We don't have a Premier League football club in Somerset.
No. But when you
We've
go
got
there,
Bristol City, mind, not doing bad
how's
in the
Yeovil?
Championship.
How's Yeovil doing? Are they down? They're having a tough time, aren't they?
They're still in the National League and likely to stay there, I think. Here's Seales in and bowls to Gregory. There's some excitement going on underneath our effects microphone.
Look, the hundreds competitions come and it's changed the whole landscape of cricket, hasn't it? And everything has to adapt, and you've got to evolve. And hopefully that the money that's coming into the county game from the sale of those 100 teams will allow all the clubs to have a secure future, because, as I say, it plays such a big part in people's lives, as well as produce cricketers for the England team of the future.
Absolutely. 5 slips go down as Seales is in and bowls outside the off stump, and John Simpson taking that with a little bit of a jump. He's bowling quite quickly, Jayden Seales, isn't he?
It always bounces home a little bit more down the slope, and as I say, they had quite a lot of grass on this wicket, and about 14 mil of grass, so sometimes just makes a little bit indents into that grass, which can create the odd ball just to bounce a little bit more as it goes along.
Well, I think I haven't got the figures in front of me, but I think roughly 3/4 of the wickets in this game have been taken with the bowling from the Cromwell Road end.
Yeah, it's probably the case. Just an extra bit of bounce.
It's Seales to Gregory, who lifts his bat out of the way at the last moment. Gregory playing a captain's innings. 44 from 107 deliveries. Good partnerships with Tom Abell.
He's done well, hasn't he, Gregory, coming into big shoes as a captain, Tom Abell?
He has. He's a very different style of captain to Tom Abell. I mean, Tom Abell's rushing around all over the place, sort of hyperactive, and was very, very popular. Did it for 7 seasons, and
absolutely.
7 pretty successful seasons as well. Whereas Lewis Gregory he gives the impression of being a little bit more laid back, but he's very much the man in control. As Seales is in, and again, quick delivery.
And there's no one style that fits, isn't it? But
no.
Like you said, from afar and speaking to everybody, Tom Abell, very popular, did a great job, and it's not easy sometimes stepping into those shoes, but it seems like it's been quite seamless, be it him doing it in a slightly different way through his own personality.
Lewis was captaining the white ball side, so a lot of the players were used to him as a captain, so it was a pretty seamless transition.
And he commands his spot by right, doesn't it? Which also helps.
Absolutely, yeah. Yes, he's never quite fulfilled his potential, Lewis Gregory, with his back problems for his bowling as outside the off stump.
Well, Tom Abell wasn't the worst bowler, was he? And then
no,
he
it wasn't.
because of injuries.
He's had 2 or 3 hamstring injuries, and I think that's put him off bowling, and he didn't bowl at all last season. He hasn't bowled so far this season.
They've got Lammonby in the team with the left armers. Watching him doing a lot of work with the impressive Steve Kirby before the game as well. There's trying to get his bowling back up. And Somerset have always been filled with quite a few all-rounders, haven't they? Which has been the strength.
Yeah, absolutely. Craig Overton, good case in point. I think Somerset really missed Craig Overton in this game.
I think any team would miss Craig Overton, wouldn't they?
He's a force of nature, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a warrior, isn't he? He just keeps coming at you. He's annoying. He's one of those bowlers that won't go away.
He's a great leader of the attack. Here's Finn Hudson-Prentice in and bowls to Josh Davey, who just drops that down into the offside. Josh Davey, who fancies himself as a genuine all-rounder. I think he's more a bowler who bats a bit.
Yeah, look, you bat number 9 and number 10 for a reason, and it's usually because they can't bat as long as they should, concentration-wise or whatever. But as I say, for me, he's always been impressive and plays very, very correctly and does not look like a number 10.
Well, he has got a batting average for Somerset of just over 20. This is turned into the onside. There'll be a couple of runs here as Daniel Hughes goes in pursuit of that. Score moves on. Score is almost irrelevant, really. But it goes on to 296 for 8. More to the point, Somerset have got another 45.4 overs to survive, but they've only got 2 wickets.
Do you think the amount of time they spent in the field in that Worcester game just took a little bit of toll? Because again, the championship games come quite quick, thick and fast.
I think that did. I think psychologically it was quite a blow as well.
And physically and psychologically, but it's 200 overs.
They ought really to have won that game. Outside the off stump from Hudson-Prentice, no shot from Josh Davey. And Jason Kerr was saying last night, it hasn't affected them, and it was a very good performance. It was, and Tom Banton got 371, and great start to the season. If you look at it in isolation, but the fact that they couldn't bowl Worcestershire out in 200 overs, is, albeit on a pretty dead pitch, was it was a bit of a blow. Hudson-Prentice in from the sea end is there and bowls. It's driven by Josh Davey past mid-on. It's not going to go for 4. It will be pulled in about 3 yards inside the boundary by Daniel Hughes, and they'll just pick up a couple of runs.
I watched a little bit of the game, the back end, and Somerset gave everything to win the match, didn't it? And as you say, there is a psychological blow when you put that much effort and thought into it and you don't quite get the reward you can. And then the next minute, you're 2 days later and you win the toss or lose a toss, and you're bowling again.
And not bowling very well. That first hour cost Somerset dear. Hudson-Prentice in outside the off stump, no shot from Josh Davey.
The first innings, first 45 minutes, and probably the last 45 minutes, because a number Hunt and Sales didn't they? Just at the death, and it sort of turned the momentum of the match.
It did. But Somerset really did not bowl very well in that first hour when there was plenty in the pitch.
And Sussex have signed Thomas from Somerset. What you tell us about
George
him?
Thomas, he's a good young all-rounder, hard-hitting opening batsman. Did well in the One Day Cup for Somerset in the last couple of seasons. Hudson-Prentice in and bowls, and no run here. And Davey defends. He's a useful medium-pace bowler as well.
Yeah, seen him a little bit in the nets, but he's played more white ball for you, didn't he?
Yes, he don't think he played a first-class game for Somerset, but in the One Day Cup he did well. I was slightly surprised they let him go, but he's got a younger brother, Josh Thomas, so he's still very much with Somerset in the amongst the youngsters.
I think sometimes, and I don't know, we're told the reasons why, but sometimes if you're not going to play a player because you haven't got enough room, you are better off to let him go, find somewhere else where there might be a home, rather than stockpiling players who never get opportunity.
Absolutely. Shoaib Bashir is another case in point. Jaden Seals in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Gregory. Shoaib Bashir is out on loan to Glamorgan, where at least he'll get some cricket, rather than kicking his heels.
Somebody we talked about before Christmas with Alex Davis when I was at Warwickshire about depending where we are with spin, is it somebody we should try and get on loan to help us when those Cockable games come along? But obviously he's got a nice home to play some cricket and learn his trade, playing every week.
Yeah. Plenty of potential, as England have identified. Here's Seals coming down the hill in bowls, and this is turned away nicely through the onside for 4 runs by Lewis Gregory. Nicely timed, moves on to 48. 300 is up for Somerset, 302 for 8.
Yeah, 5 slips on a wicket that doesn't really warrant 5 slips. The situation of the game does, just means any bat on ball that really should go to mid wicket, but there's only 2 people on the leg side, so there's a big hole, and the shorter side boundary just races away for 4.
I don't think Sussex have got too much to worry about in terms of runs. Somerset still need another 293.
Yeah, only 6.5 and over.
44.4 overs.
No, you'd hope not, wouldn't you? But
here's Seals in and bowls, and Gregory just draws his bat inside.
I was a tight Yorkshireman though, my economy rate. Hated going for runs.
Yeah. So the county championship. There's lots of talk about the future of the county championship. How do you see it? I mean, are you in favour of reducing the number of championship games from 14 to 12 or 10?
Ideally not, but I don't know if there's any other choice. As I say, the 100's here to stay. That's the thing that's sort of in the way, isn't it?
It obviously is, isn't
and
it?
The schedule's sort of really unworkable at the moment.
Seals in and bowls, and Gregory lets that go through.
Something's got to give, so reducing the blast would be take a couple of games out of that, and if you did do anything to the championship, just create a little bit of space for the players, because it's, those getting back at 2:30 in the morning, 3:30 in the morning, and playing the next day, it takes its toll.
Yeah.
But ideally, you protect the county championship with your life, because it's the jewel of the crown, isn't it?
Can you see them going back to the 3 conference system that we had in 2021?
I have not been any part of any conversations or heard anything, but I'd hope not, personally.
Seals in bowls. Gregory will pick up a single into the offside and keep the strike.
You'd hope not. You'd hope you'd keep either one division. I'd prefer 1 division, I think, to 3
so
divisions.
would I. So
play everybody one.
The thing I really dislike about the present setup is the fact that in the 1st division, everybody doesn't play everybody else the same number of times.
That's right.
Which just seems to make a nonsense of it.
Yeah, one of our players, you get the questionnaires that come out, and Director Cricket takes it to the ECB, the feed into the players, and he said about there should be a seeding system where you finish on the previous year.
Yeah, you could do that. Seals in and bowls and goes past.
So
Josh Davies outside.
If you got promoted, Sussex, you would only play the top 2 seeds, for argument's sake, only once, because you were the so-called newest team, most vulnerable team. But if you were Hampshire, if they came second, they'd play definitely Surrey twice. So at least it would give some type of relevance to why it's happening, as opposed to it just seems absolutely luck of the draw who you get and when you get them.
I think is it luck of the draw? I mean, do they actually draw, or does Andy Fordham have some sort of
There's no
formula?
signs to it. Well, I can't be, because it must be just where grounds are available. There doesn't seem to be any logic to it. It just, 1 minute you've got Surrey twice and you haven't. And you feel quite strong. You want to play one of the lower ranking teams, and you don't. So it just feels sometimes not quite right, doesn't it?
I've never really been able to understand why they went from 8 teams in the 1st division and 10 in the 2nd to the other way round. So, because if you had 8 teams in the 1st division and kept the 14 championship matches, everybody would pay everybody else twice.
Yeah.
But I don't know. What about the One Day Cup? Would you move that to early season?
If you reduce in the championship, you could. In some ways, it works, doesn't it? It's fantastic. From my point, head coach, we lose like Somerset 10 players to the 100.
Yeah. Here's Finn Hudson-Prentice in and bowls to Lewis Gregory. Lets it go through outside.
You only have 13 players to look after. You don't play in overseas. You get your youngsters playing. It sort of works. We had young Taz Ali playing with seasoned pros like Oliver Halland-Dolby, and it works in that sense. But obviously, this argument that our 50 over cricket is going to lose down the line.
Well, we did play it early season back in 2019, so it's not This is driven nicely by Gregory, and it will be cut off away in front of the pavilion. So it's just a single, and that is Lewis Gregory's 50. 50 from 116 deliveries with 9 fours. It hasn't been a typical Lewis Gregory innings by any means, but he's been battling away out there.
And you still would. What you're going to do with August when the 100's on for the majority of this? There'll be more players not in the 100 though, isn't it? You still need a competition for them, be it in August.
Yeah. As Hudson Prentice is in and bowls, and Josh Davey fishes down outside the off stump. I think the suggestion is that you play sort of half the One-Day Cup in April.
Okay, then you finish.
And then the other, and then you finish in August. But again, it's going to make it disjointed, isn't it?
You're going to have one team, you're going to have a golden team, isn't it? And you lose your 10 matches, players to the 100.
Yeah.
It looks completely different.
Well, Somerset would have 2 completely different sides.
Absolutely, yeah.
But it's a real conundrum. Hudson Prentice in and bowls, and this is in the air, should be caught by Daniel Hughes, and that is the end of Josh Davey. Poor shot under the circumstances. It rather sat up from Hudson Prentice, and Davey decided he'd smash it.
It's Joe Clark's come on just there, and as I say, for a number 3 batter,
it was Clark, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's quite a heavy pace. So, but it's a big breakthrough, and hopefully, without any disrespect to Joe Leach, not Joe Leach, that we are closer to the end. I better go back to the dressing room in case Fabi needs me for anything. Thank you for having me on. It's been brilliant being back home in Sussex, and hopefully see you again.
Indeed. Look forward to it. Thanks ever so much. That's Mark Robinson, formerly of Warwickshire, now back at Sussex. And Adrian and I will just have a quick change of... I'll give Adrian his headset back, and I'll take up the microphone.
Well, it's good to see Mark. A bit of a catch-up.
And that's twice today that I've mistaken.
Do you know, I was just doing some updating and I saw Tom Clark come on to bowl, and I thought I must point it out to her. But we were in deep conversation, so we'll... Yeah. Wasn't it funny when he said, Mark said about Josh Davey being a good bat, and he hits the first ball he receives from Jaden Sills for 6.
Yeah, absolutely. But that was a poor shot from Josh Davey.
Yeah, it was.
So Jack Leach is last man standing for Somerset. Not sure that Gregory will try and farm the strike. Somerset has still got 43.2 overs to get through. And, well, it really is a forlorn hope now.
Yes, I didn't realise the overs have whittled down quite. I mean, it's still it's an awful lot to hang up on for, isn't it? We know that Jack Leach can hang around, but the new ball has only just been taken, and Jaden Sills has got his tail up. So Sussex on the verge of what will be their first division victory here at Hove since May 2015, when they beat Warwickshire by 1 wicket.
It's Tom Clark into bowl to the left-handed Jack Leach, who plays that firmly back up the onside of the pitch. It looks as if Lewis Gregory may be left high and dry, but he set a very good example to the rest of his side as to the amount of determination and skill that's needed in these sorts of situations. This is dropped into the offside, and they go through for a quick single. Jack Leach is off the mark with that, 305 for 9, and Jack Leach will keep the strike. So there's no question of Somerset, or of Gregory rather, trying to farm the strike. He's more than happy to trust his number 11, Jack Leach.
Interesting, the conversation you were having there with Mark Robinson about the schedule and all the rest of it, and I think isn't Rob Andrew in charge of the committee that's
I think so. I shared a platform with Rob Andrew a year ago in March, and there wasn't, I think it'd be fair to say, there wasn't much meeting of minds.
Right. Okay. Where was that?
That was the West of England Cricket Society.
Right, okay.
When we were discussing the future of domestic cricket.
In comes Jaden Seals, racing in bowls to Leach, beats him outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. I think the general consensus seems to be we are going to get a reduction in county championship from 14 maybe to 12, and T20, what do you reckon, 14 to 12 or 14 to 10 even maybe.
It's not going to go down well with counties like Sussex and Somerset, is it? The reduction in blast fixtures, all right, there's all this money coming in from the sale of the 100, but county members want to see as much cricket as possible.
Seals in bowls and Leach with a play and a miss outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run. Suddenly down here at Hove last year, generally, for a Somerset, he pretty much gets packed out, and Surrey's. We did have a couple of games last year where the ground wasn't full, and it did occur whether your overheads are probably the same whether you've got 5,000 people in here or 3,000 people. So should you have less games? I think certainly the feeling here is they'd want to keep as many as they can, but I think Abell was saying he feels that the blast is too long, that 14 games is too many. Here comes Seals down the hill, bowls, leaches forward confidently, plays into the offside, no run.
Well, the Professional Cricketers Association, the PCA, have been saying for some time cricketers are playing too much cricket, and if you were a professional cricketer, you might very well want to play less cricket. On the other hand, I dare say there are quite a lot of cricketers who love playing cricket, and the more cricket they can play, the better. So.
Yeah, it is very difficult. The one thing I think we discussed it earlier this week is some of these matches where you get, you play somewhere one evening, you're back playing the next day. That is ludicrous. Seals is racing in. Can he wrap this up for Sussex? He's in and bowls to Leach, who lets that go very confidently outside the off stump, taken by John Simpson, and again there is no run. We did have a few more emails in, so thank you for those. I will try.
Better get through them quickly.
I think, I better track them down. And thank you. If we haven't got to your email, my apologies, but thank you so much, everyone who's written in, particularly today on our conversation on beer, which did seem to go down well.
It's going to be a regular standby, I think, for quiet periods of play during the summer.
There's a couple of messages I've had in. One is from Barbados, from Jofra Archer's stepdad, who says, say hello to everybody. So hello to you, Patrick and Joelle over there in lovely sunny Barbados. In comes Seals bowls. Leach lets that one go outside the off stump. There is no run. This is a good afternoon from Queensland. First time seeing Sussex play for over 15 years, courtesy of your live stream, and having discovered your YouTube channel. I shall now be a regular viewer. Thank you. I did enjoy the real ale conversation earlier. I do miss the yearly range of ales from Harvey's Brewery. I do recommend visiting a fantastic little pub in Lewes called the Gardener's Arms, who get guest ales from in around the country as well as local brews. Looking forward to the wider coverage once the technical issues are resolved. Keep up the great work and entertainment. That's Wayne Gander. As in comes Seals bowls, clipped away by Leach down to fine leg, picks up a single. He goes to 2, the total to 306 for 9 at the end of Jaden Seals' over. He's got figures of 21 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 95. Yeah, Wayne Gander from Queensland, Australia, formerly from Sussex. So thank you, Wayne. We said that from Patrick Waite over in Barbados. Saying hello to everybody. Good to hear from you, Patrick. Daniel Snow's been in touch. He says, hello everyone, enjoying the stream. As said earlier, Somerset's attack lacks any edge. I would like to see Alfie Ogborn in the side to bring some variety. Disappointing week for Somerset. Only positive this week was Plymouth Argyle's victory over Sheffield United to keep their survival hopes alive for now, says Darren in Devon.
Here's Tom Clark in and bowls and gets Jack Leach in a bit of a tangle. I've had a tweet from Sir Peter Wanless, the president of Somerset County Cricket Club, asking what's going on or what's been going on. Well, I think he's in foreign parts somewhere far away, in either the Middle East or the Far East. And what's been going on is that Somerset have been pretty comprehensively outplayed, almost from the very start. As Clark is in and bowls and defended by Jack Leach. Somerset not making the most of favourable bowling conditions on the first morning. Then they got themselves back into the game in the first afternoon by picking up 7 wickets in that afternoon session. And then they let it drift again with a last wicket partnership of 50, and then Finn Hudson-Prentice ripped out the heart of the Somerset batting in the first innings. And so it went on. This is Leach turning this into the onside. There's a rumble from next door where they're doing some building work. But and Somerset couldn't really do anything to stem the flow of Sussex runs in the Sussex second innings as the pitch flattened out. As this is beats Jack Leach, ball from Clark. And last evening, Sean Hunt bowled with great pace and aggression and skill from the Cromwell Road end and nipped out 4 prime Somerset wickets, leaving Somerset right up against it. And hard though they've battled here today, Tom Abell with 96, Lewis Gregory with 50 not out, Pretorius making a... this is punched into the offside by Jack Leach, and there'll be a couple of runs here. They will think about coming back for a third, but it's not there as Harrison Ward fields. Yeah, Pretorius made 59 from 63 deliveries. Fairly typical Miguel Pretorius innings, but ended when he had his leg stump ripped out by a Jaden Seals Yorker. Since then, Josh Davies played a rather loose shot and holed out to mid-off. And we're in the last knockings of this game as Leach picks up a single and will keep the strike. As so far from Gregory farming the strike, it's been Leach farming the strike, and that was very much the case in the partnership between Gregory and Pretorius. When Pretorius monopolised the strike, I think he was being given the single on some occasions by Sussex to get him off the strike, but to get him. Gregory was being given the single to get Pretorius on strike, but Pretorius made the most of it.
So, nice email in has come in from Terry Sadler in Arundel. He says, nice to hear from Mark Robinson. Had a beer with him at the Lamb in Ammering a few weeks ago. How long is he with us for? Well, I think Mark said he's with us for a couple of months, a little bit of consultancy I think he's doing around Paul Farbrace, working with the first team, and I think he said the academy, the ladies team as well. So whether it's just 2 months or whether it be extended, I don't know, but always good to see Mark, and great to have on commentary. If you're listening, Mark, thank you for coming over and having a natter. It's going to be Jaden Seals who's going to come racing in from the Cromwell Road end, and Rick Piper's been in touch. I'll read your email in a moment. Rick, as in comes Seals with this lovely rhythmic action down the hill, bowls, and Leach is beaten outside the off stump. The ball rattles through into the gloves of Simpson. There is no run. Rick says, I heard your fellow commentators mention George Thomas, who was recently moved from Somerset to Sussex. On Saturday afternoon, Mr. Thomas and I think some friends of his from school days were sitting behind me up at the Cromwell Road end. They were impeccably well behaved. I'm delighted to hear that Mr. Thomas is enjoying living in Hove. I wish him well at Sussex.
Oh, good.
So there we are, that's good. I should know, is that a permanent move?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yes, he was let go by Somerset at the end of last season, and Sussex snapped him up not that long ago.
In comes Seals down the hill, bowls to Leach, who's been outside the off stump, no run. And in fact, I said that Simon has just corrected me. I thought that Pretorius's leg stump had been ripped out of the ground, but apparently it was his off stump.
All right.
So I'm sorry, but we've not got the bet. My excuse is we've not got. There were 2 stumps remaining, and I took a punt. It was the leg stump, and I was wrong. So I should describe what I see. Really, I should have just said a stump is ripped out the ground.
Well, it certainly wasn't the middle stump. We knew that, didn't we?
We did. Yeah, there were 2 remaining. Jaden Seals is going to change his angle of attack. He's going to come around the wicket to bowl to Jack Leach. who's 5 not out. In comes Seals around the wicket bowls, and Leach plays a very respectable cover drive and picks up a boundary. Does Leach? He goes to 9. Lovely shot, 313 for 9.
Yeah, just going back to the Gregory-Pretorius partnership, they added 82 together, of which Pretorius scored 59.
Wow, yes, he enjoyed himself, didn't he?
And he had a similar proportion of the strike. In other words, I think more than 3/4 of the strike during the course of that partnership. And batted very nicely.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I mean, you called it correctly. You said he likes to play attacking shots, and he played some lovely shots. Jayden Seals in around the wicket bowls, and Leach is forward, plays it down the track. Jayden Seals can't field of his own bowling, and there is no run. I would sort of imagine that Sussex, they've only got Jayden Seals for 4 matches, so I'd imagine they're wanting to play, 5 matches. They're wanting to play in all the first 4, and then the next game, which is against Worcestershire after a little break. Then we're down to Taunton.
Indeed. Looking forward to
it. In May. I think then we play Hampshire before the end of May, so half the championship season. And comes Seals bowls, and Leach is right in behind this, plays it down the offside of the track, no run. Yeah, you've played half your county championship games by the end of May.
Before the summer has even started.
I agree, yeah.
Because summer doesn't start technically until June.
Well, there you go. And I always think, and if you do get a wet April and May, it's let's hope this next spell of weather, which is apparently not going to be very good, is the last of it, because it's such a shame if you get a lot of early season games washed out or no results.
Well, you haven't had many washed out here at Hove, according to Steve Pittard's stats.
We're lucky. In comes Seals bowls, clipped away by Leach, and that's going to run in for 4 runs. Oh, goes across the... Harrison Ward has got some retrieving to do, and that rattling you can hear. The ball, it was beautifully clipped away by Leach. And fielded just down below is Harrison Ward, who's here as a 12th man today. The Sussex Seconds are playing against Kent today. And Harrison Ward, who's normally only a T20 player, but he's here as the 12th man duties.
Here's Steve Fiddell's notes about Hove and the weather. Good throughout the season and very good in June, July and August. Taunton, poor in April, though better than average in May, June, July and September.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yes, at Hove in April, 5.1% of cricket days lost to rain. As Clark bowls to Gregory and gets that one to bounce. And only 3.4% in May, which is the lowest in the country. So May is a good month to play cricket here at Hove. And April, not a bad month.
No, I think generally we're quite lucky here. Sort of not losing too much play. Fingers crossed next week.
Is Clark in and bowls outside the off stump, and no shot from Gregory.
Looks like we're heading for draws in the rest of the First Division. Warwickshire 181 for 5. Still needing 158 to beat Durham. I think the draw, the more than likely result. Good partnership between Ed Barnard and Kai Smith. At one stage, Warwickshire were 90 for 5. So those two have added, 91 for the 6th wicket. Good cricketer, Ed Barnard.
Yep. Clark in and bowls outside. It's not a very good over, this one. He's not making Lewis Gregory play at all. He's got 4 slips waiting for a nick. But if he's not bowling on the stumps or pretty near the stumps, the batsman isn't going to play a shot under these circumstances.
Essex 32 without loss, still needing a fair and likely 3-3-4 to beat Nottinghamshire. There was never a chance of a result in that game. I don't know if Nottinghamshire just happy with the haul of points they've got.
Clark bowls. Gregory almost plays at that. Just getting quite a lot of bounce now is Tom Clark, and Gregory goes down and gives the pitch a prod in a recognition of the extra bounce.
Looks like Hampshire hanging on at the Oval, 186 for 4. Nick Gubbins on 83, Toby Albert on 38. Those two coming together when the score's 104 for 4.
Clark bowls, and Gregory digs this one out on the middle of the leg, but won't get a run as Harrison Ward fields at wide mid-on. Well, I think the other counties in the first division will be perfectly happy to see Hampshire and Surrey play out a draw. I mean that Surrey's first 2 games would have been drawn.
Yeah, totally. And I should say Hampshire need 191 more, but I think that's very unlikely.
Clark bowls. Gregory will get a run here. In fact, he'll get 2, and he's being allowed 2 by Harrison Ward, who was in no hurry at all to overtake that ball. Last ball of the over, it means that Jack Leach will be on strike for the next over from Jayden Seales. 319 for 9. If the wicket falls without further addition to the score, then Sussex will have won by a small margin of 275 runs.
I think they'd rather like to get this wrapped up if they could before tea.
Yeah, it wouldn't bother me too much if they get it wrapped up before tea as well.
From a Somerset point of view, they might be thinking, well, when these 2 came together, it was 44 overs to go. It's now down to 39. Still an awful big effort, but you just don't know. Jack Leach has a habit of hanging around.
He does.
In comes Jayden Seales, bowls and driven slightly uppishly by Leach, but never in danger of being caught. Fielded by Danny Lamb, who's out there extra cover. And there is no run. If I forget to say thank you when we do finish, thank you everyone for all your emails and messages. It's been great fun talking about a variety of different things, whilst hopefully describing the action on the field. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slips in place at the moment. And Seales is in his 22nd over, figures of 3 for 103, and he waits. Comes in and bowls, and I thought for a moment he'd nick that through to the keeper, Leach. He was looking to play the ball over the top of the slips as sort of an uppercut, but the ball ended up in the gloves of John Simpson, and there is no run.
Yeah, fair enough shot that from Jack Leach.
Yep.
If he'd got anything on it, almost certainly would have flown over the top of wicketkeeper and slips.
Ooh, someone's yawning. I wonder who that was. I don't know if it's someone in the press box or... Our effects microphone dangles out of the press box here, so if you do get someone coughing, or I try to lower it all the way down to the ground. This is an interesting field. There's only 1 fielder on the leg side. There are 5 slips, a point, a shortish extra cover, a mid-off. The only player in front of square is Tom Haynes on the leg side. In comes Seales, bowls, and it's squirted away and eluded everybody. And runs away for 4 runs, past the outstretched hands of 5th slip, past the fielder at point, and 4 more to Leach, who goes to 17.
17, yeah.
329 for 9. I can see Tom Haynes is doing a bit of limbering up at mid-on. He hasn't bowled in the match so far. No suggestion that he's going to now, but he was just doing a couple of sort of stretching exercises. Jayden Seales, 3 balls left in this over. Runs in towards us, bowls to Leach, and lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by a tumbling Simpson. There is no run. Leach very happy to let that one pass by outside the off stump. I guess the other thing as well, Anthony, when you get a early season and lots of draws as well, it means if you're not necessarily winning games, you're not, no one's getting away at the top of the table. Sussex will feel with a win and a draw that they're in a decent place, as will Hampshire if they can draw at the Oval. In Division 2 you've already got Kent with 2 wins out of 2.
Good for Kent.
Yeah. See, Zach Crawley got some runs as well yesterday. Seales in and bowls. Leach lets that go through to Simpson. No running under new head coach Adam Holyoke.
Yep, and being captained by Daniel Bell Drummond, who has Somerset connections, coached by my regular summariser, who you know very well, Mark Davis, at Millfield School, was Daniel.
I didn't know that.
Yep. And he had a rough time of it last season, his first season as captain of Kent, relegated of course, but
yes.
They've started this season with a real bang.
No, they have. In comes Seales. In and bowls. balls. And Leach he took his hand. In fact, he played that well actually. He took his hand off the bat and then ran the ball into the gully area, fielded there by Jack Carson. There is no run, so well done, Jack Leach. He, I don't know why I'm saying well done, because he's a perfectly decent player, is Jack Leach, with a habit of hanging around. 38 overs left in the day. I think we have tea on the last day, regardless, at 20-4, don't we?
We do, absolutely. Although weather with 9 down, they might delay it for half an hour.
Yes,
I think they're allowed to.
Are they?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. I just wonder whether Sussex, if it does get to that stage, might just sort of fancy going in and having a cup of tea. If nothing else, maybe to break the batsman's concentration a little.
Somerset would be quite happy to go in as well, because if the clouds were to roll over and the light to start to fade, this is cut into the offside by Gregory, but no run, then that might reduce the number of overs they have to face, which at present is 1 ball less than 38 overs. So it's still an awful lot of overs that these two have got to survive.
It is. Sorry.
This is down the offside and no shot from Lewis Gregory through to wicketkeeper Simpson. Finn Hudson-Prentice just swinging his arms there at extra cover. We've got 2 fielders on the onside for Clark to Gregory. But again, premium on bowling one side of the wicket. He's there and bowls and beats Gregory with a good one. Leaves him off the pitch.
He bowls at a decent pace, doesn't he, Tom Clark? He's, as I say, I think he's a bit quicker than medium pace. He had ankle problems a couple of seasons ago, which seem to have got themselves sorted out, and so he's quite a useful addition to the Sussex attack.
Yeah. He's quite tall, strongly built. He's there and bowls, and it's a good ball to Gregory, who keeps it out of his stumps. He's got a let's have a look at this record with the ball. Tom Clark, he has taken 16 wickets in his first-class career before this innings, so it's now 17 wickets, and they have cost him 34.8 runs per wicket, which is okay. He's in and bowls to Gregory, who drives, but won't get a run as it goes straight to Daniel Hughes at mid-off. Been a long innings this from Gregory. He's been out there for 127 balls since James Rue was, no, it was since Casey Aldridge was out. Caught behind off Jaden Seals. Clark bowls and Gregory defends. Stays at that end, which means that again Jack Leach will have to face Jaden Seals coming down the hill. Except it won't be Jaden Seals, it's going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road end.
Indeed it is. 37 overs left to be bowled. I think we're going to be okay weather-wise. There's sort of brighter sky. The cloud is quite high around Hove, and the forecast is good for the day. But these two are, battling away, aren't they? It's certainly Lewis Gregory has been out there a long time. 7 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 25. Finn Hudson-Prentice in this innings. So look at Lewis Gregory. He's been in for 3 hours, best part of. So the skipper's certainly led from the front. So the field, still just that one man on the leg side. That is Jaden Seals. He's got a lot of ground to cover. There's 5 slips in place. In comes Hudson-Prentice down the hill. Bowls wide of the off stump. Let go by Leach.
Is there a danger that a field like this will tend to make the bowler bowl too far outside the off stump?
Possibly, yeah.
Because he'll be worried, about bowling at the stumps, lest, You oughtn't to be too worried, given the number of runs that Sussex have got to play with.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously the angle of attack is going to be across the left-hander towards that slip cord, and Hudson Prentice wheels around. Ingham bowls, and Leach again just lets that one pass by outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. Well, it's the way it should be in county championship cricket, isn't it? You have to fight hard for every run, for every wicket. And certainly Somerset, although their backs to the wall here, are doing their best to take this just as deep as they possibly can. Jaden Sills actually fielding at mid-off, I apologise, and it's still, I think, Tom Haynes who's in that position, fielding on the leg side. Hudson Prentice in, bowls, oh, that's a beating, beats Leach outside of the off stump. And there is, in fact, it's Daniel Hughes, I'll get my fielders right in a minute, who's at mid-on.
Well, that last delivery is exactly what Finn Hudson Prentice is bowling for, just angling it across the left-hander, and on that occasion making him play, but just not quite finding the edge.
He's back at the end of his run already. Wheels around, comes in, down the hill, bowls, and Leach. Oh, I think, is he dropped or did he drop short? I'm not entirely. It's impossible to tell from here with the slip cord. Well, I don't know. He gets a pat, so maybe it went through the slip cord, and it was Jack Carson, I think. Let's wait for him to turn round. Or was it Harrison Warding? Let's just see again. Let's wait for him to come. Got his head down, which suggests that maybe it was a chance. Unless that hurt his fingers. Yeah, I think that was what it was. Let's just have a little look and see, wait for him to turn. Yeah, it was Jack Carson.
Hard to tell from the... I think it may just have carried.
Yeah, I mean, Mark Robinson was saying, wasn't he, that Jack Carson had a cut finger from bowling, so maybe maybe that's what it's hurt.
I don't know, I'm not sure it did.
Hudson Prentice in bowls. Oh, Gregory lets that go. Hudson Prentice is appealing. Says not out. He's in trouble, you know, Jack Carson, with that finger. He's just bending down. It's
What's he doing fielding in the slips with a bad finger?
well, yeah, he just looks a bit uncomfortable, doesn't he? He's put his hands in his pocket. Sussex can ill afford their off spinner to get it. He's all right. I'm sure if it was anything really bad, he would have hopped off the field to have it looked at. So let's hope he's all right. He's just shaking. He's wriggling his right hand. But anyway, he's back waiting as in comes Hudson Prentice, racing in, down the hill. Bowls driven down the ground. Was that a chance?
Good question.
I thought that was a bump ball. It was driven by Lewis Gregory down the ground. I think actually Finn Hudson Prentice is saying that maybe he thought that Jack Leach was slightly in his way as he went to stop it. But I don't think Jack Leach was doing anything untoward. I think he just went so quickly. So possibly a couple of chances in that over. It's so difficult to see. We only get one chance. You probably get
it was a chance, yeah.
Was it the second one?
Yeah, definitely. To his right hand, and Jack Leach wasn't in the way at all. No. It was one of those that either sticks or doesn't, and it didn't.
So we put that down as a chance?
Yep, definitely.
Right. So Lewis Gregory given a life on the 52.
It was a loose drive from Gregory. He hit it quite hard. But
324 for 9.
I think that's two chances that Hudson Prentice has put down today. The second one a lot more difficult than the first.
Yeah. So we're going to get a change of bowling at this end as well. Jack Carson. So it's going to be James Coles.
James Coles.
He's going to come into the attack. Now, who's that gone running up the pavilion steps? I thought perhaps the 12th man, another replacement had come on, but whereas we were. So just 4 overs to go until tea, unless they do decide that we stay on a little longer because 9 wickets are down. Well, credit to Somerset here, Anthony, because these two are certainly not giving up. I mean, it looks a forlorn hope, but another over's tickled by.
So James Coles is going to bowl to Jack Leach. Ooh, and Leach is beaten. Slow left armour to slow left armour. So Jack Leach ought to have a pretty good idea of what to expect. Although they probably won't have played against each other much, if at all.
No, I agree.
Coles in and bowls, and Leach just gets this off. Thick outside edge picked up at City Point. As your update is fast approaching, Adrian.
Oh, Lord. Thank you, Anthony. Oh, is that Pizza? They put him down again. They put Leach down again, dropped at slip. Well, that was a straightforward chance, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I don't quite know what's happening there. Coles again. In and bowls. Forward comes Leach. Plays down the onside of the track. There is no run.
Well, that should have been taken.
Well, that was a straightforward chance, wasn't it? I think that's Tom Haynes in there at slip.
Yeah.
Coles again, in and bowls. Nudged through the... I reckon that's about 5 catches Sussex have put down today then, in total. Leach picks up a single. He goes to 19. 325 for 9. There we go. Yes, and Sussex on the verge of victory here, but they're making life hard for themselves. In total today, they've put down 5 catches as they've tried to get these final 6 wickets they've needed in the day to win. Currently, Somerset are 9 wickets down, Sussex being held up by Lewis Gregory, the Somerset skipper. He's on 52, and Jack Leach, who's on 19. There are still 35 overs to go, so Sussex ought to win, but they're not helping themselves. Meanwhile, at the Oval, looks like Surrey and Hampshire are heading for a draw. Hampshire in their second innings are 207 for 4. And of course, yesterday, Kent beating Middlesex to record their second win of the county championship season. Oh. Yes, I pulled my headphones out because they didn't turn the feed off last time. Can you still hear the music?
No, they've turned it off.
All right,
That's fine.
Okay. Good, that's good news. So, on we go.
How many balls has Jack Leach faced now? 35 for his 19. So
That's your
doing
play
the job.
fair, isn't it?
Yeah, it is,
Now, I had one here yesterday, which has now disappeared. Is it your over, Anthony? Yes,
It is.
Yes, that's yours. Yeah, mine's here somewhere. Oh, this has been... comes of leaving stuff lying around. Well, they're edging towards tea. Well, I know it's still... He keeps saying it's a long way to go, but we've been saying that for the last half hour. Hudson Prentice in bowls, and Leach just plays very confidently up the ground to mid-off. There is no run. Doesn't look like a number 11 to me, Jack Leach.
Well, he can do, but I tell you what, he's got a very good temperament.
Yes.
He is, he's phlegmatic. Is Jack? He just, if it goes past his outside edge, well, that's done and gone. Let's think about the next delivery, not the last one.
Comes again, Hudson Prentice over the wicket, bowls, Leaches forward, plays into the offside. Will be forever remembered for that partnership with Ben Stokes at Headingley.
Yep.
That remarkable match.
The most famous one not out in history.
Yeah, I was at horse racing at Goodwood that day, and we could sort of see this unveiling, and people were slowly drifting from watching the horse racing into the bars, watching this happen. So by the time whatever race it was went off, as England were about to win, there was no one watching the racing at all. Here comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and Leach works this one through the offside. Nice looking shot. It's going to run away for 4 runs. Eludes the dive out there of, I think that's Harrison
Ward, yeah, with the fielding pads on.
Yeah, but another boundary to Leach, who goes to 23, 329 for 9. Where were you watching that? Do you remember where you were?
In the garden.
Right.
In the garden at home. We had all the family over, all the grandchildren, as they were then.
Right.
We've got a couple more since then, but yes, it was a memorable Memorable afternoon.
Hudson Prentice in, bowls, Leach lets that one go, outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run. Well, certainly the catch that I've lost track slightly. Leach was put down there at slip, wasn't he? I think it was Tom Haynes who put that chance down. Lewis, we think that was a Courton bowl.
It was definitely a Courton bowl, yeah.
And then there was a suspicion of another one in the slips that over as well.
Not sure about
We're
that
not
one.
sure about that one. Hudson Prentice in, bowls, Leach is forward, defends into the offside, no run. Another over slips by, 34 overs left, 3:29 for 9. Leach 23, Gregory on 52. I always think, and I don't mean this to be unkind in any way, but when you see the tail hanging on like this, you sort of think, well, if one or two further up the order have got their heads down, you never know.
Well, quite.
But we are where we are, and James Coles is going to be carrying on. From this, the C end.
Yes, on that very note, I've had a stat from Steve Pittard. During this decade, since 2020, Somerset's opening partnerships have averaged 22.73 as Coles bowls to Gregory, who defends. In the same period, Somerset's ninth wicket has averaged 28.67.
Well, either we're psychic or Steve is, one of the two.
Is Coles in, bowls, and Gregory stretches forward, plays it back up the pitch. But then it's a lot easier batting lower down in the order than it is up top.
It is, yeah.
Especially early season against a swinging red ball on sappy pitches. Gregory forward, not there's been anything sappy about this pitch. It's been, as Mark Robinson was saying, really good cricket wicket.
Yes, and that's certainly the case here, right across the season, hopefully.
Coles to Gregory outside the off stump. That one bounces and turns a little bit, but started off too wide. No need for Gregory to play a shot at it. The field converges to try and keep the batsmen at the same ends they're at the moment. Coles in a bowl short, and Gregory misses out on that. It's picked up in the covers by Hudson Prentice. 3 close catches, forward short leg, silly point, and a slip. Coles in, bowls. Gregory cuts for 4. Moves on to 56, a loose delivery from James Coles, which was duly punished by Lewis Gregory. 3-3-3 for 9, 56 to Gregory, 23 to Leach.
A consultation there between Daniel Hughes, John Simpson, the two senior members of the side. They were nattering away to Jack Carson about something or another. And so we go on, 33 overs remaining in the day. We're in a nice sort of warm commentary box here, just looking around the ground actually. You know, there's one or two sort of bobble hats and big coats. It's a lot colder today outside, I think, than it has been.
It got very chilly last evening.
Yeah, okay.
It really did. There was a cold breeze blowing across the ground. But yesterday afternoon I was sitting up above here on top, and it was lovely. But
yeah.
Get a beautiful view of the ground from up there.
Yes, you do. Yeah, there's some seating for members literally above us here in the commentary box as we look out from the C end of the ground at Finn Hudson Prentice running into bowl to Jack Leach, and Leach is forward and defends into the offside, fielded by Jack Carson. Difficult to see from here whether he's at 5th slip or gully, but you'll get the general drift of where he is. It looks to me like he is a 5th slip. Allsop at 1st, Clark 2nd, Coles 3rd, Haynes 4th, Carson at 5th. That's just the one fielder on the leg side who is Daniel Hughes, who's standing hands on hips. And Hudson Prentice makes his way in again. Bowls. Oh, Joe Leach had a little nibble at that outside the off stump. Went into the gloves of John Simpson. We thought for a minute that might be it, but it wasn't. John Simpson claps his gloves together. Frustration for Sussex. I mean, they'll still know they've got a lot of overs to go, but these two have seen off a few overs as well. The last wicket going down, was it 43 overs? I'll have a quick look in a minute. These two have got their heads down. Still a long shot. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, and Leach to see. I thought he'd nick that one behind as well.
I thought I heard something then.
But not to be. As the sun again makes a sort of fleeting appearance across the ground. There's lots of high-level clouds. So if you're a Sussex fan and you're thinking, oh, crumbs, hope it doesn't rain. I don't, famous last words, it doesn't look like there's any rain around at all. So I think, there's, it's going to go to... I wonder when was the last time 2 early season games weren't interrupted by rain. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, and Leach plays it on the bounce into the gully, neatly fielded by Carson, and there is no run. As on we go. They're just moving Harrison Ward from point to deep backward point out by the museum. And Hudson Prentice running in hard from the Cromwell Road end, bowls to Leach, who's right into line. He looks very confident, Jack Leach. I mean, it's just extraordinary watching him play. He seems to have time, and he gets behind the line of the ball. And he's a very confident player. 23 not out.
We'll see after this delivery as to whether they're going to go off for tea or whether the umpires will keep them out. I noticed the umpires just had a chat before the start of this over, so whether that's what they were talking about, I'm not sure.
I think Sussex might fancy going off for 20 minutes here. Just go off, have a cup of tea and...
Well, it's up to the umpires.
Yes.
The players don't get a say.
No. I think Sussex might be quite pleased if they do decide to come off. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Leach, who plays into the offside. There is no run, and we are... What are we doing? We're staying on, I think. Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
We are. Yeah, because 9 wickets are down. Normally we would go. I guess the point I was making was that if from a Sussex point of view, if tea was called, I don't think they'd be that disappointed at this stage. Just a chance to perhaps have a little rethink and maybe an opportunity for perhaps the batsman's concentration to be broken. But we're staying on. So 32 overs left. I think we have to give a lot of credit to this lower order for Somerset, who've battled away and they haven't given it up, and you wouldn't expect them to. And they might just be thinking, there's 32 overs left. We shall see.
James Coles to bowl another over. He's bowling to Jack Leach, who took that single off the last ball of the previous over, so keeps the strike. He's on 23 from 47 deliveries. 3-3-3 for 9. Coles bowls and solidly forward as Jack Leach. He's got as I was saying, great temperament.
He has. Yep.
As Jack Leach had a lot to put up with in life. Oh, and this is in the air, just away from
It's Allsop.
Allsop diving from forward short leg. Not sure whether there was any bat involved. Coles to Leach, and he's back on his stumps defending. Yeah, he's had a lot of illness and injury to contend with, and rather bizarrely back in 2016, I think it was, his action was adjudged dodgy and he had to go for retraining. This is turned into the onside and they'll pick up... No, they won't pick up a single. Decide against it. Nobody had ever questioned his action previously, but he had to go and be sorted out and came back and got into the England side, and then he was very ill when he was in South Africa. Turned into the onside, and there's no run, so that over safely survived, and another 31 remain for Somerset to survive if they're going to hold out for what would be a remarkable and memorable draw.
Yes.
But a long way away from that as things stand.
We are, but who's it going to be? Hudson Prentice who's going to bowl again? Yes, it is. Elsewhere, in fact, my computer has just restarted. I may just have to log back in here. But it looked as if pretty much everything else in the First Division was heading for a draw. It is going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice. 4 slips in place. We've got a better view of that slip cordon now because the right-handed Lewis Gregory is on strike. So as we look over third man, Mark Roberts has just come back. He forgot his sunglasses and cap. Hudson-Prentice, seems a while ago, doesn't it, that 9th wicket went down. Hudson-Prentice in and bowls and defended by Lewis Gregory to mid-on.
Do you want to know the scores elsewhere?
Yes, please.
Durham against Warwickshire. Warwickshire 226 for 5. That looks like a draw. Essex 60 for 1, needing 306 to beat Nottinghamshire.
That's a weird game, isn't it?
Hampshire hanging in there 216 for 4. Still needing another 161. So those, I think they're all going to be draws, aren't they?
Yeah.
And Glamorgan 257 for 4 in the second division against Gloucestershire. Ditto draw.
Hudson-Prentice in bowls, defended by Gregory down the track, no run.
Lancashire 303 for 6 against Northants. That's, they've now got a lead of 35, so I suppose if Northants could take those last 4 wickets quickly, they might be in with a chance of forcing a win. And Derbyshire 179 for 3 against Leicestershire. That too looks like a draw. They still need another 270, and Leicestershire need to take 7 wickets.
In comes Hudson-Prentice in bowls. Greaves nicks and he's caught low down by James Coles. The wicket goes, and Sussex have won their first game here in the First Division of the County Championship since May 2015. Finn Hudson-Prentice picks up his 5th wicket of the innings. Lovely low catch down by James Coles. It ends the resistance of Lewis Gregory, the skipper, who's out for 56. Very sportingly, handshakes all around. The Sussex players congratulate themselves. It's been a terrific start to the season for Sussex. A win here today, a draw at Edgbaston last week. The 2 skippers, Lewis Gregory and John Simpson, shake hands. Handshakes all round. It's been a terrific game of cricket. I think we have to say that Sussex deserved to win. They played the better cricket throughout the match, but good resistance today from Somerset, notably by Tom Abell, who made 96. Miguel Pretorius with 59. The skipper Gregory doing his best with 56, and Jack Leach at the end. But ultimately, Sussex have won this game, 30 overs remaining, and Sussex pick up 20 points and head to the top of the County Championship.
Yeah, many congratulations to Sussex, well deserving of their win by 260 runs. Some gritty defiance from Somerset today. Tom Abell, Lewis Gregory, Miguel Pretorius and Jack Leach selling their wickets dearly, but in the end it was just too long for Somerset to have to survive, and a chastening defeat for Somerset. It's I think 11 games now away from Taunton which they haven't won, and to have lost this one against newly promoted Sussex is really quite a big blow to their hopes of a first ever county championship to crown their 150th anniversary year, especially coming as it does after that morale sapping draw against Worcester last weekend. But well played, Sussex. And who would be your man of the match if there was such a thing, Adrian? I'm thinking possibly either Sean Hunt or John Simpson.
Joe, I think I would probably go for Sean Hunt. I think for someone coming into the side who hasn't been a regular, who has perhaps lacked a little confidence in the past, I think he made a very useful 30-odd runs that helped Sussex with that last wicket part, pick up 9 wickets, and we hope that injury isn't too bad. But well done, Sussex. Can I just thank you, Anthony? It's always great fun to be.
It's always a great
you.
pleasure to be here, Adrian.
Great.
And it's nice to be back at Hove for a county championship match for the first time in 10 years.
Well, it's been great fun seeing you. Thank you. And we look forward to coming down to Taunton in 4 or 5 weeks' time for the return fixture. But for now, a good win for Sussex. There'll be reaction on all the usual social media outlets over the next few hours. Anthony will be back on Friday when he takes the trip down the coast to Southampton, where Somerset will be playing Hampshire. And let's hope the weather plays ball here at Hove, because it's always a good local derby between Sussex and Surrey. That starts here on Good Friday. But thanks for all your emails, all your messages, all your interactions throughout the 4 days. And we'll look forward to speaking to you again at the weekend for the resumption of the County Championship. From myself, Adrian Harms, from Anthony Gibson, thanks very much for listening. And we'll do it all again in just 3 days' time.